All right, we're giving away tickets to see the Avs host the Panthers on Thursday. Special bonus, the Cup Classic Joe Sakic bobblehead. It's right there in front of me. Sort of looks like Joe. 303-504-0925. The keyword this hour is Bing. Now, it's spelled like Lady Bing, which, Tyler, you know is the trophy for...
something.
Okay. Gentlemanly play.
Got it.
Okay.
Why would that ever belong?
I don't know. But Joe Sakic is a winner of the Lady Bing Trophy. He's proud recipient of gentlemanly play. BYNG, but I've been assured by
That'd be like a bad award to get in hockey, like gentleman play.
Wasn't she related to
why would I want to win that?
Yeah, I don't know. Bing, BYNG.
Here's a gentleman cross-check.
Yeah.
303-504-0925.
Excuse me for busting your lips, sir.
First and last name. Limited package remain for the Panthers game with the Sakic bobblehead.
Oh, that's cool.
To purchase, visit coloradoavalanche.com/Cup Classic. To win the tickets and the bobblehead, text Bing, first and last name, 303-504-0925. It's all powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewFineWatches.com. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. We'll play Pete Carroll explaining what was going on at the end of the Broncos-Raiders game, which is interesting to say the least. But we're joined by Michael Wright from Home Pueblo, the founder of that organization. Michael, it's good to have you on again. How are you?
Thank you, guys. I'm doing great. Appreciate you guys always coming through for me and letting me use your platform to do some fundraising for our toy giveaway.
Hey, Michael, we've had you on before, not only this time of year, but also the backpack. The backpack giveaway that you give to kids before school starts, right? That was pretty successful this year, wasn't it?
We gave away 1,070 backpacks, thanks to you guys getting the word out like you do every year. And last year, thanks to you guys, we gave away 973 toys. Already this year, we have 536 kids that's already registered with 10 days to go. So each year, our numbers increase by 100 to 150 kids, and they get top quality toys. And once again, we just want to thank you guys for always supporting us and your listeners getting behind me and helping this event to become successful. This is our 7th annual toy giveaway, and this one is kind of special, for the number 7 and for us to continue to be able to do what we do. And you guys have been behind us 5 of them 7 years.
Well, tell us more about the kids that are receiving these toys.
The majority of these kids is going to be kids that come from low-income families. And, to hear parents when they come down here and receive a toy or two, a slice of pizza, a bag of chips, and a drink, to see the kids smile on their face and the parents tell me this is all that they're going to receive this year. For some of them kids, we might try to get them 2 or 3 toys. And, these kids here depend on this because, like I say, every year they know they can come to halfway home and they're going to get something to put under their tree. And once again, it'd be nice quality toys due to the fact that, the people who bring us toys and then through the fundraising, through you guys, the people really get behind us and really give us enough donations to where we can go out and make these kids happy and smile.
Tell everybody real fast how they get on. 'Cause I went on there today and donated a little bit. It's easy to do, but it's halfwayhomepueblo.org, and it takes you right to your webpage, doesn't it?
Take you right to the webpage, and all the proceeds go directly to the business account, in which we turn around and count up all the toys, and then we go buy the rest of the toys with everybody generous donations. And like I say, you guys have just been spot on with the backpack and especially with the toy drive. And once again, you go right to halfwayhomepueblo.org. It's a tax write-off, so don't be afraid to, extend your wallets, and it's for a great cause for this toy drive. And like you said, you was very generous to us this morning, as you always do. And we just hope that this one can be as successful as well. Due to Mayor Graham down here, she cut out all the funding for the non-profit organizations down here. So it's been extremely hard for nonprofit organizations down here. But once again, I'm just fortunate to have you guys in this platform that you guys have, and that can reach all over the state of Colorado and out of town because y'all have a huge following. So once again, thank to the Lord up above and you guys recognizing my brother Roland Fatty Taylor for, starting this, and me continue to keep his legacy going, and the Denver Nuggets as well being behind us to make this a great event.
Hey, I mentioned that. Now, you mentioned your brother Fatty, who I think that's when I first met you when he was still with us years and years and years ago. What do you think of Nikola Jokic watching him play ball? What would Fatty think about Nikola? And he might have to even guard him at times because Fatty was a heck of a defensive player.
I'll be calling me every night saying, "Little bruh, how do you check him? Did you see what he did tonight?" You know how he talk.
Yeah.
When he see a stud, and we know we got a stud in Jokic, man, he's phenomenal, Scott. I mean, there's not nothing he can't do. And, man, I'm glad that Denver made that decision to keep him and trade Nervick. Yep. That was the best thing they did for this organization, and I really believe we got another championship coming.
I agree.
All right, Michael, we really appreciate you being on again, halfwayhomepueblo.org, and if people can be generous out there, I'm sure it'll be well appreciated.
And anything helps, right? I mean, anything to just get some cash in there and start purchasing them toys.
Yes, sir. If they don't want to, if in the Pueblo area, you could drop the toys off at 803 West 4th Street, Suite B. We here every morning from 10 to 5 until December 19th, which is the toy drive. But if you don't have time to do that, once again, go to halfwayhomepueblo.org and put your donations in, and it's a tax write-off, and put a smile on these kids' face. And, we always send footage to you guys about how successful the drive was. So, once again, I thank you guys for having me on, and we hope this one can be just as successful as all the other years.
All right, Michael, thank you.
Thank you,
have a great
brother.
day.
Have a good Christmas, man. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, there you go. I was going to donate, but all my charity money, went to Adam Schefter's coffee.
You get that worked out yet?
You probably could have asked him if you could. Can I take that 200 and
I'll donate
just
it.
put it over, or you still owe him 100. See if you can take that extra 100.
I did try to do it yesterday. It's just it won't go through. There's got to be some sort of fraud hold going on. So I did try it yesterday, and it does charge my account another $100. So now my wife is like, "Why are we paying Adam Schefter $300?" And I'm like, "The money will come back into the account." They say in a couple of days. But now I'm nervous to do it. I got to wait a little bit.
Isn't it funny how they work that way, the credit card companies? It'll go out like that.
It goes out.
Yeah.
But it'll take 3 or 4 days to get it back. Meanwhile, it collects interest in its $1 trillion hold somewhere.
You're welcome.
Right.
Society.
Anyway.
Pete Carroll tried to explain what was going on. You guys catch this? Like what he was trying to say? I'll play it here. Here's Pete Carroll explaining
the field goal.
Yeah.
I was battling with the official, making a plea because we saw 8 seconds, 7, which would have given us a chance to kick the field goal, kick an onside kick, and maybe have a second left. And then when it went down to 5 or went down to 3 or whatever they did, and then they put it back to 5 or whatever, then I knew it was going to look stupid. Like you couldn't figure out why we were doing it. So it was 8, and I was trying to get it to 10. I was talking 10, with the guy trying to get it back up. And I thought I'd had a chance to plead it, and they might give me a shot. And so I was just competing all it was. But fans couldn't understand. Like you're asking the question, but there was a real clear thought what we were trying to get done there, just to take it down to the very last click.
Okay. You following all that?
I mean, I guess at the end of the day, what it comes down to is if we kick the field goal, it gives us a greater than 0% chance of winning the game. If we don't kick the field goal, we've got a 0% chance.
Yeah. Well, he's right. If it's 10 seconds, then you're going to have 5 seconds, and maybe you'll have a second for a Hail Mary.
Yeah. I mean, it's like common sense, and then there's also, it really does, his thought process actually does make sense to me. It really does. It looks stupid, but I'm trying to have a greater than 0% chance of winning the game.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Didn't make Dave Portnoy very happy.
No.
He called for the murder of Pete Carroll. He said he needs to be murdered.
Dan's chasing down his apology because we found out how much he did have on the game.
What was
Oh, really?
Was it somewhere where we
Well,
thought
I
Plus or minus 6 figures.
plus.
Yeah.
I kind of want to play it. So Dan's trying to. Yeah, but it was the apology was funny because he's like, here at Barstool, we are not for murder. We do not advocate murder here at Barstool. Just want to be clear about it. But he was
he was looking good
upset.
on a 6-figure bet or 7.
The amount of money this dude has to play around with is just staggering.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Well, Dan, are we close or not? Yes, no.
Well, didn't he
All right.
originally
I'll just tell you what it
sell
is.
Barstool for hundreds of millions of dollars
And he bought it back for $1 or
bought it
something.
back
Yes.
for like $1.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now it's back up again, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. $250,000.
Wow. He had $250,000 on the game, just a random game in the middle of the season.
As he put it, I got $250,000 on this.
And was winning until 4 seconds to go in the game.
Mm-hmm. Until that was your explanation from Pete Carroll.
Yeah.
Why Dave Portnoy, why you would have lost $250,000.
Jeez. I don't care how much money you got. That's stupid.
Yeah. I mean, everything's relative, right? Like, but I don't know what in his life. Well, he was pretty upset about it. But,
That's $250,000.
yeah, I gotcha.
Dude. That's in the Christmas
I
card
gotcha.
from if you're on the Dave Portnoy Christmas list, there's a card with a note in it. Hey, hey, this year we're a little short on the gift, so
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed the season and enjoy this card.
Thanks to Pete Carroll.
Yeah, your gifts in Vegas with Pete Carroll.
But he did have to double down and say, don't murder anybody.
Well,
That's good.
So that's a
glad,
positive thing.
glad he clarified that.
So there you go, Pete. By the way, I'm just looking at some stuff. The Raiders are sinking like a stone. And there are some mock drafts going on right now. But I saw a crazy one today that had...
wait. Stop right there. Honestly,
what?
Yeah, what?
you looked at a mock draft today. What is it? December 9th?
Yeah. Never too soon.
16 days from Christmas.
Mhm.
Yeah.
5 days away from the Broncos' 14th game.
It's like a Christmas present.
Yeah.
It's an early present.
I mean, I wasn't searching it out. It kind of popped up.
I can honestly say, of all the stuff that pop up on my social medias and algorithms, mock draft is never one of them.
Yeah, well, no kidding. That's not a surprise.
Dumbest thing in the world.
So you do not want to hear about the quirky mock draft?
Oh,
that I saw?
and
I mean,
I would love
must.
to hear.
I don't have to talk about it. I guess.
How was Genty last year in the mock draft compared to Harvey?
Much higher.
Who's having a better year? Mock drafts are stupid.
Okay, so RJ Harvey's a better running back than Ashton Genty, or
No,
are
just-
you here to say
no,
that?
You got to play. Everything
Yeah, well.
depends on where you go, what the team is, what the situation.
He got 40 yards. Genty did.
Hard earned.
Or was it even 40? Maybe it was like 32, and they had a total of 40 or something.
And
like
how
that.
about what did Hampton end up with last night?
Who? He's hurt.
He played last night early.
He did?
He had a carry early.
Oh, I thought
Well,
he was still
I
out.
watched the game.
He got a touchdown.
Oh my God. Oh,
He had
okay.
been hurt.
You got me on that one. Do you want to know about my stupid mock draft or not?
No, not really.
All right, fine. Forget it then.
Can I say something?
Forget it. Don't
No.
worry about it.
I'm a team player.
Don't worry
hit the
about
Star
it.
Wars. Dan,
No.
hit the Star Wars.
No, I won't hit the Star
I
Wars.
want to hear the quirky mock draft thing.
I just saw that.
Do I have to put the headphones on, or are you going to talk?
No, the Rams move up to get Fernando Mendoza.
Ooh.
They trade with the Giants.
Would
So
that be-
Matthew Stafford wins MVP, and then the organization trades up.
I told you it was quirky.
Well, you know what? If they win a Super Bowl,
I mean, it's not insane.
if they were to win a Super Bowl, could you see Matt Stafford saying, "Okay, I'll ride out into the"?
I don't think so. I think that dude's going to play until the wheels fall off. But I also could see why the organization would say it's time. It's like a Jordan Love situation.
That's it.
That's all. Like you didn't
No,
have
that
a
was-
take off of it. Or
There was
anything?
no
No, that was-
quirkiness that the Rams
That was
are going
just
to
it
go
was a
up.
throwaway quirky thing that I saw.
That they're going to get Mendoza.
Yeah, well, I figured the Raiders would draft Mendoza because they're going
Does
to be.
he sing?
How does he sing?
Yeah.
How does Fernando Mendoza sing?
Yeah. Wasn't there a group of Mendozas that sang? Weren't they a musical group?
Mendoza?
I think there was.
Are you
I
talking
think,
about
I think the
Menudo?
twins ended up in jail.
No.
Are you talking about Menendez?
I think they
Oh,
killed
maybe it
their
was
parents.
Menendez.
Menendez, they're in jail as
Oh,
murderers.
that's Ron Menendez. No, I thought there was a
Menudo was
I remember Menudo.
young boy Latino singing group.
I thought there was a Mendoza that was a singer. There was
Probably.
a Bing that was a singer.
Bing?
Yeah, for the
Bing Crosby.
Bing Crosby.
For the
You are correct.
for the Catchford keyword of the day.
Keyword of
Or
the
hour,
day.
keyword of the hour.
The keyword of the day is Bing.
Bing.
Does Pete Carroll survive this shizzle?
Yes.
How?
Money.
Because they got. Listen, would you not say Mark Davis is one of the least wealthiest owners in the league?
It's always been the rumor, yeah.
So how does he? What is it now? 6?
Well, if they fire Pete, the next coach would be the 5th head coach they're paying at the same time, because it's John Gruden, it's Antonio Pierce, it's Josh McDaniels, it's Pete Carroll, and then whoever the new guy would be.
McDaniels got to become
all at the same time.
McDaniels got to be coming off the books soon.
Maybe. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they're all coming off the books relatively soon.
Won't they just fire Pete and say, Gruden, we want you back, and just
I don't know.
at what we owe you?
I'll tell you.
Yeah, because they never really wanted to fire Gruden.
No.
By the way, we'll get to some more like power ranking stuff. But not a good week for the Broncos in the power rankings world.
Again, there's only one power ranking that matters.
I gotcha.
It's a
first
weekend in
all right,
February.
let me ask you this: why are the Broncos an underdog at home?
Because everybody looks at the close wins that all the muggles sit out there and put out there, and they don't look at a team that just grinds win. They look at teams that get lucky. They're saying the Broncos are lucky.
Right.
They're not saying the Broncos are a grind team.
They're not saying the Broncos.
And the Broncos are a grind team. That last game was a grind game. I told you I compared it to that game in Charlotte with the Nuggets. They were just grind games. Get it done. Get out of here. Let's go home. That was what that game was.
All right. Well, Tyler has watched the tape. Tyler's tail of the tape. We'll break it down. Let you know what's good, what's bad. We'll have a recap of everything that happened on this weekend. And yeah, the power rankings. Kevin Stefanski. I actually feel a little sympathy for Kevin Stefanski. I can't believe it. I can't believe I feel a little bad for Kevin Stefanski.
Really?
But they kind of stuck themselves in this situation, so you kind of earned the unfairness of what's going on. All that's still to come here on PhD. Hey, what's going on? DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The holidays, they're meant to be joyful, but if you're a man dealing with erectile dysfunction, the season of love and joy, it can be rough. If ED is putting a strain on your relationship, this is the year to turn things around. So show your partner you care by giving the gift of treating your ED and restoring your relationship with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and give your partner the best gift this season, a renewed and restored relationship. Their success rates, they run well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. With an expert staff, like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They've got locations in Fort Collins, North Denver, Colorado Springs, Castle Rock, and like I said, Colorado Springs. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, you looked at the All-22. You broke it down. You saw what you needed to see. What should we know?
I did. You know, watching the game live, I was like, here we go again. Just another one of these. This is what we do. This is who we are. We're going to play close games against bad opponents, but we're going to sneak out. We're going to get a victory. I actually felt differently after watching the film. I felt much more encouraged about the offense than I did in real time. You know, Bo Nix was tremendous. Honestly, that dude was dialed, absolutely dialed. He was in control of the line of scrimmage. He's watching things. He's identified it pre-snap. He's getting to the top of his drop. He's getting the ball out of his hands. Same time, receivers coming out of his break. There was just a lot of good things, man. You know, you start out the game and you got a tie ball game. Bo Nix marches down the field, and I thought Sean Payton did a great job game planning against this defense. You know, were there the big plays? No, but what he did is schematically created great opportunities, one of which was on the Bo Nix, what looked like a scramble. Did you, just out of curiosity, did you think it was that one that he scrambled up the middle for the touchdown? Did you think that was a scramble or designed QB run?
I thought it was improv by Bo Nix.
Okay, in real time, I thought it was as well. Here's the call of it.
Nix, he's going to run it this time at the 5. Nix is in. Touchdown. And what an opening drive for the Broncos.
Yeah, in real time, I thought that was Bo Nix just making a play, but actually I got to give Sean Payton credit. That wasn't Bo Nix making a play. That was a designed QB draw. How do you know that? By watching the offensive linemen. Luke Wattenberg was 4 or 5 yards down the field by the time Bo Nix ever got out of the pocket. He's trying to get up to the second level. He's trying to block those linebackers, Quinn Miners and Alex Palczewski. They're in full-on drive block mode. Sean Payton did a great job of scheming up simple, successful plays that you know what you were able to do? String together for 14-play possessions. Now, it'd be nice if you didn't end on a field goal on one of those. For sure, that'd be nice.
Tell me about it.
But schemed up successful plays. Obviously, congratulations to Marvin Mims, who finally had his breakout moment.
A.J. Cole punting to Mims. It's a short punt. Mims a running start at the 48 and able to break free. Marvin Mims calling out blockers inside the 20. Touchdown! How about it?
Hard to believe a Pro Bowl punt returner for multiple years has never had a touchdown, but that's the first of Marvin Mims' career. Congratulations to him. That kind of turned the tide a little bit for the Broncos and got them in control of the football game. And then from about that point on, because that was the second quarter, right? I think so.
Okay. I think you're right.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think that was the second quarter.
Yeah, it had to be because both drives are pretty long with the Chargers with the Raiders and the Broncos.
Right about then, the defense started taking over as well. So you saw the offense, what felt like it was kind of stuttering, but actually when you look back on it, I think it was all game plan. I think it was all game plan to attack the Raiders the way that they did. The line of scrimmage on both sides dominated. Offensive line did a great job in the running game, and defensive line did a great job in stopping the run. Obviously, Ashton Genty ends up with 40 yards. The one thing that encouraged me the most out of the game, and I'll end on this, the one thing that encouraged me the most out of the game, R.J. Harvey's coming along. Not electric. It wasn't, statistically speaking, like game that you're like, holy cow, look at the numbers that R.J. Harvey put up. 75 yards on the ground and how many in there?
25
in there. So 100 yards total. Obviously, if you have less than 100 yards, it doesn't look like a statistically very impressive game. But I'm telling you, if you just watch the evolution, if you watch the trust that he has in his offensive line, if you watch how few times he tried to bounce the ball outside in comparison, there were a couple. He still tried to bounce it outside a couple times. But I'm most encouraged by the evolution of R.J. Harvey right now. And if the Broncos can find a running game heading into the playoffs, watch out.
R.J. Harvey went from that first game where he's the lead guy, where if he had, just for an easy number, 10 carries, which I don't know if he did, he tried to break outside 6 or 7 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas
you guys got to stop doing that.
Yeah, whereas this one, he had 10 carries, and he tried to break outside 3 or 4 of them.
Are you trying to start a new trend?
No, there's a whole new trend.
3-4.
There's a 3-4, 4-5.
Okay.
My daughter told me them all last night.
Gotcha.
Yeah. 8-9.
Are you making these observations about R.J. Harvey simply to do new hand signals?
No, they just hit me when I came. I'm a spontaneous kind of guy.
You know, I got
was into Gremlins. For a while.
I'm trying to just see where you're rolling.
Yeah, well, I've rolled with the Gremlins. No, but I would agree with what Tyler was saying. That first game, he's trying to break outside every single time, it seemed like.
Yep.
Like, come on, man, you come on. Which also I was thinking last night, what was the Chargers? Quit trying to run outside on Philadelphia. The fourth quarter overtime, they're trying to run outside and losing 2-3 yards every time they did that. So what are you doing? But when he hits a hole, I mean, when he's at the goal line, there ain't question.
Nope. He's been great on the goal line.
There's no dancing there, is there?
Yeah.
There's no dancing right there.
Yeah. He's coming along, boys. Coming along.
Where is he?
But I tell you what, go back, that first down they got, that was him.
Mm-hmm.
That swing pass that was going to be another 4-yard loss. That dude was outstanding on that play.
If he's coming along the right way, does this mean by the end of the year or at some point they really won't miss J.K. Dobbins?
No.
That's not what I mean. No. J.K. Dobbins is a good, elite running back. Yeah, I think he's elite. I think J.K. Dobbins is elite.
Still far from him.
What we're trying to do is get a every down back out of a guy that we could just have sustainable football. And unfortunately, we haven't had that as a running back from R.J. Harvey. We've had it as a receiver out of the backfield, but not as a running back.
They put Dobbins' numbers on the screen, and you forget how good he was for Denver when he was playing here.
How do you get Mims the ball more often?
I don't think they're trying to. I don't think it's a focus. So, last year, Sean Payton schemed up gadget plays. That's how you got him the ball. You put him in the backfield. You hand him the ball off once or twice just so you could create opportunities with the wheel route coming out of the backfield. Matchups on linebackers in the passing game. It's pretty clear to me that this year Sean Payton is saying, I'd rather trust my young quarterback to run the offense than try to scheme up specific plays for Marvin Mims.
Well,
which is boring. And you know what? Bore yourself all the way to a Super Bowl. Let's do that.
Sure.
Their passing game is a controlled running game, in a sense, really. I mean, that's the way I looked at it. It was 3 yards, 4 yards, 4 yards, 3 yards, 4 yards.
That was pretty accurate.
But it works.
He was
31 of 38.
He's putting the ball right where it needed to be.
He was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, he's 31 or 32 and passes over 25 yards accuracy.
Oh, okay.
So I think Sean Payton understands that and says he's comfortable here. That throw he had in the middle of the field.
We got to talk about the no-look pass?
Yeah, that was
kinda
pretty
cool,
good
huh?
too.
The back shoulder throw to Cortland Sutton.
Back shoulder throw.
That thing was lovely.
He's got that down.
Lovely.
Got that down.
How was the Adam Prentice run?
Great. I mean, Adam Prentice, all of a sudden, look, there's probably 12 to 13 teams in the NFL that even carry a fullback. And most teams that do carry a fullback, you might get 5 to 6 snaps a game out of them. The old 33 belly dive, man. I mean, it's a simple short yardage play that when you've got a fullback to run it effectively. But it wasn't even the moments where he got the ball in his hand that impressed me the most. It's the 19 forces. It's the 18 forces where he's just lined up in fullback mode, and we're going to go ISO block on those linebackers. He's doing a tremendous job.
That touchdown run, he went in that hole and sealed a linebacker well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anything not clicking?
Deep passes.
Okay, but
don't ask the question, and then when someone says what's not clicking,
Scott. Oh, it's okay for Scott to do it, but I can't do it.
No, I'm joining the club.
Sean said they took 7 shots.
It's the only way to explain it, right?
Yeah.
Sean said they took 7 shots.
When?
Did they, or did you not see that?
He said they called 7 shots.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean they took 7 shots.
What'd they take?
I don't know. 3 or 4.
Okay.
3 or 4, probably.
The Hail Mary at 10.5 that you say kick a field goal.
Yeah, that was
a
weird.
shot, I guess.
What was the distance on that? Remind me.
I think it was 61 or something like that.
Yeah.
Or I don't know. It was deep. 59, 61, something along those lines. But I mean, like, the half is over. Now, I understand you don't want to get it blocked and it run back for a touchdown. I mean, I do get that. But you were kind of gifted an opportunity there. Because Gino took a sack on 4th down.
Yeah, I agree with that. But I do think Sean, though he won't give pure out credit, to defense, I think he understands what he has. And so why risk a block field goal, run it back, give him cheap points when they ain't going to score again on us? I mean, it almost feels that's how he's coaching it.
Well, I wonder if that's the approach they'll take for the rest of the week, and we'll dig into the Packers here, starting tomorrow. Coming up, we have Conor McGee in Nashville, so we'll preview the Avs and the Predators. Late start on that one. Plus, the latest power rankings are in. Some weird news for the Broncos despite a 10-game winning streak. Details next.
One o'clock here on PhD. Conor McGregor will be joining us at 1:08. Why do you guys do those hours like that when you have guests on it, like 108 and as opposed to like 105? Is it just so we don't have to keep him that long and we can get him the hell off the radio show?
Basically.
They got National Night. We got a giveaway. We got another keyword giveaway this hour. I don't read all that stuff. That's Darren's job.
You rolling?
I was rolling.
Sorry, I missed that. Oh.
Well, hey, sometimes we all have to take a poop.
How was yours, actually?
Felt like I was fighting Klingons around Uranus and Star Trek.
Did you want to say fart trek right there?
Star Trek.
Star fart?
Star Trek Fleet Command. Anybody out there? 303-405-0925.
Oh boy, my fault for showing up
Anybody
late.
out there playing STFC?
No, but you've been crushing that sucker since I met you.
6-7 years now. It's the 7th anniversary of it.
6-7 years.
6 or 7. I wasn't even going to do it that time.
I did see.
That was you. You brought the crazy voice out and did it. That was you.
I did see the video. Like, it's an in and out, and it's like 300 teenagers, and they're waiting for
Order number 67.
Mm-hmm.
There's certain restaurants now. I saw another video. In one restaurant, they go 66, 68. They won't do the,
Wow.
they've skipped the 6-7.
All right, you ready for some power rankings? See where everything sits?
Yeah, if you don't have a draft.
If I don't have a draft, what are you talking about?
I mean, if you
Mock
don't,
draft. You want a mock draft? Hey, if you ask for it, you got to give it to him.
All right, you want to do a mock draft? I don't know.
you don't have one, so.
I mean, I just saw the one. You want to do another one?
No, not at all, really.
Okay.
Bing.
In that ESPN, they've got the Broncos actually slipping to number 4.
We fell a spot.
We fell a spot.
And the Seattle Seahawks went up a spot.
The Seahawks went up a spot. Are the Seahawks a better team than the Broncos?
They're good. But haven't they lost twice to the Rams?
Seahawks have lost 3 games total, and they're ranked ahead of us. I don't know if they're a better team. I mean, Sam Darnold's been having a hell of a season. He's also tossed some crazy interceptions in a few games. I like their coach. I think he's got a good defensive game plan. I think we've got a better defense than the Seahawks have. I don't see why a 10-3 team is ranked ahead of 11-2 team.
Sam Darnold is good for at least 2 touchdowns, if not 3, every game, but he's always good for at least 1 pick.
Yeah,
Always good for 1 pick.
feels like it. How many is he throwing? I don't think it's as many as you think. I bet he's only throwing 11, maybe 12 on the season. Not only. I mean, that's still quite a few.
Look at some of the other power rankings. The Ringers got him number 3. Sports Illustrated hates the Broncos. They got him number 6.
Really? What do you have the top 5 or no?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Nope. ESPN, we just mentioned. NFL.com, number 3. Bleacher Report, number 2. All right. Thank you, Bleacher Report. CBS, number 2. The Athletic, number 4, dropping, similar to ESPN's. So, not everybody's buying the Broncos, but that was completely predictable. That we talked about it yesterday. That was absolutely going to be the result of them not just blowing the doors off Oakland, the Vegas, the Raiders. And it was very predictable. This is why they are. You know what? I'd be a little pissed off. This is coming at the right time. You know, if you got to get a little motivation going here as a Broncos fan. I don't know if the players really care all that much about it, but
No, but coaches can make you care.
Can they?
They can bring it up. They can sit there and say,
Do they?
Dude, if Tom Brady can go into a Super Bowl and say that no one believes in us, Tom Brady, then the Broncos go, boys, power rankings. We dropped here. No one believes in you. Everybody thinks this is phony.
Yeah, especially when you're on a 10-game winning streak, right? Because that's when coaches are like, all right, we got to wake these boys up. What do we got? Let's go around the room. What you guys got? How do we wake these boys up? Well, you guys see the ESPN power rankings?
Yeah.
There you go, coach.
So how will a team meeting or position group coaches talk about it? Like, I mean, how would that be used?
Probably more of a head coach deal. Yeah.
Yeah, Sean Payton will put it up there, and you know, I usually don't get into these things.
Yeah.
Let me just show what you guys were ranked yesterday.
I don't pay attention
Last
to this,
week.
but somebody put it on my desk.
Let me
today.
show you what this power ranking.
And then on the big screen, the projector screen.
And you guys just won your 10th in a row. Let me see what they did to you this week. Oh, they dropped you.
Yeah.
And I would sit and I'd show them the other one that has them down at 6 or 7.
Mm-hmm.
No one believes in you.
Yeah, stay away
So the
from.
big question: you believe in yourself?
Oh wow!
Do you
man.
believe in the guy sitting next to you in this
I'm
room?
gonna go run through a wall now.
Right. Yeah. Rudy is playing in this game.
All right. Well, there's your good old power rankings. Conor McGee, he's going to come up here in a minute. I want to play Kevin Stefanski on Shedeur.
He has constantly and consistently gotten better in each one of these games and how he's approached this game. He's been working very hard, so I feel good about where his development is heading. He knows there are always going to be plays that he can be better and those type of things, but he's very intentional about getting better each and every game he's out there.
So he just has to lean into the fact, even if it's not his guy, that here we go. And they announced he's going to start for the rest of the year. Well, they had their conference call with reporters.
Kevin, hi. Was it a mistake not to start Shedeur earlier?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into those type of things, Tony. I'm obviously focused on what's in front of us.
Then they asked him later about the 2-point conversion. And in defense of Stefanski, we talked about it yesterday, the play was a good call. But the problem is you don't have any plays that work with Shedeur out there too.
Well, the bigger problem is, why did your player not know what to do? That's the bigger problem. I mean, schematically, it looked like the play should work. It absolutely did. But did you practice it once? Did you practice it twice? Why how the hell, like on a trick play? Of all the plays, how do you forget what to do on a trick play?
Stefanski was asked, was Judkins part of practicing that play? And you could tell Stefanski just wanted to punch
We
somebody.
decided to throw him out there on that play just then.
Yeah. So he goes, yes. Yeah, he was part of practice. You can actually see him seething about that moment. So to a degree, I feel bad for a coach who called a good play. It should have worked. The player screwed up. Rookie screwed up. But then again, you trust in rookies. You don't trust Shedeur.
I trust a rookie to pitch the ball, sure.
Right. And he did practice the play, and the play did work in practice, and it would have worked.
Yeah, somebody texted in yesterday, multiple Cleveland Browns players said that they practiced it and it didn't work. Not true.
Who said that?
A dumb texter. A dumb texter texted into yesterday's show. Like, complete opposite of that. They asked Shedeur Sanders about it after the game. Like, Did it work in practice? And Shadeur's like, no, it didn't work in practice. We just ran it in the game and it didn't work.
I mean, I guess there are some dumb questions.
Some.
You leave yourself open when it looks that bad, I guess, when it looks so terrible. We're going to get to Conor McGee in a second. One more on Shedeur. Here's Shannon.
Why couldn't you name his ass the starter 3 games ago? Why was it week to week? Because every time he don't want to answer a question, he always say, well, I don't want to get into that. Right. I don't want to get into that. Because they ask him before, is Shedeur going to start? Well, I don't want to get into that. Let's look at the film and all that. Bro, you know.
We'll get into our NFL recap here in a little second. Why wasn't he starting 3 weeks ago?
When I said he was
Week
going to
7.
start.
I know. Why wasn't he? They have to explain that. Do you know that's the most passing yards in history for a Colorado quarterback playing in the NFL?
Really?
How about that little factoid? Ever.
Trying to think of the last Colorado quarterback. Was it?
Well, was the guy that played for?
Was it CSU?
The kid that
Bradley
played
Van Pelt.
Well, I'm talking
the kid
CU.
The kid that played
University of Colorado.
The kid that played in Philadelphia for a while and started for a while. Detmer.
Maybe.
More than
Cordell.
I'm going to tell you. We go
Cordell,
to...
Cordell didn't have that?
No. That set a record. That's a CU record for a quarterback in the NFL.
Well, I put him up on the wall.
Too late. Conor McGee, he of country music fame, is in Smashville right now. So when you get inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame at the Grand Ole Opry, who will be the first person you thank, Conor?
Well, I'd like to thank God first of all, then my family, and then my bandmates, and everyone else who made it possible.
Do you have a name for your band?
Oh yeah. It's gonna be debuted tonight on Altitude Television, and
so we don't even get to find out the name of the band before the debut.
Well, you do. I would like to create some suspense, mainly because I feel dumb saying the name of the band.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
if you go on Kiefer's Instagram, he already kind of leaked the dog this morning.
Here's what I'm talking about if nobody knows. Conor McGee, Kyle Keefe, Mark Moser, and Mark Rycroft. The poster is fantastic. I mean, the photo shoot is
legit.
Great. They're all dressed up as a bunch of country hayseeds in front of on a wood porch, and it's Colorado Wagon. Now, I have never seen as much hype for what I'm going to anticipate as a 45-second parody song in my life. Am I more or less right about that, or is there something more here that I don't understand?
No, you hit a bullseye, DMac. You hit an absolute bullseye.
I mean, can we play the 45 seconds?
No. You have to understand they're keeping this so under wraps.
So is Colorado Wagon the name of the group or the name of the song?
I don't understand what's happening. Is there a real song that has been made?
Just watch that.
Okay.
Connor?
I'll explain.
Okay.
So we were here in Nashville literally 2 weeks ago, and we decided to shoot a spoof of a demo that some record label on Broadway would pick up, and it is so bad. So Kiefer and I and Moj and Riker wrote some lyrics on the plane, and then we just shot it in the ballroom here at the hotel, and we just used that as a spoof, like, okay, someone could take it. And the song is called Colorado Wagon. And so now we've come back, and the story is somebody has actually decided to give us access to a studio. And so we went in and recorded it for real. It was actually the drummer for Thomas Rhett in his studio that gave us access. And we actually went in and shot a video and recorded the song and shot the album covers that DMac was just alluding to. So moral of the story is we're a bunch of idiots, but we're having fun doing it. So
what is everybody's role?
Oh, that's a good question.
I mean, it looks like there's some guitar and bass, but we're all just vocalists in this.
Oh, so you're a boy band.
So Moser is a poser
Pretty
with the
much.
guitar.
He actually plays guitar, but it's a prop for this song's sake. Yeah.
Moser is actually a pretty good guitar player.
Although I do respect the can of dip in his front pocket.
It should be
No
in the
one
back
puts a can of
pocket
dip in
because
the
it's a
front
country song. Yeah,
Right.
a can of dip should be in the back if it's a true country song. But we actually do have some musicians in the group. Moser plays guitar, I play the fiddle, but we didn't actually. We're just singing in this one. So
You play the fiddle.
yeah.
What's the difference between a fiddle and a violin?
Well, there's just the way you play it. It's the same instrument, but you play violin if you're playing Vivaldi's Concerto No. 3. You're playing the fiddle if you're in Charlie Daniels' band.
That's awesome. That is awesome. Okay, I did not know you had that talent in your bag. That's pretty cool. All right, so
by the way, Vivaldi, the summer portion of Four Seasons,
4 Seasons.
unbelievable
Very nice.
violin playing.
Yeah, I agree. And we actually put it in we did a web series of celebrating the Avalanche's 25th anniversary that I used summer in one of those episodes. So good pickup, Scott. Good
Really?
job.
wow.
So you're that good.
I'm not that good, but maybe once upon a time that I played left and left there.
So what time in the pregame does this air?
Because your
This
wife will
lead
see
off-
it.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah. I mean, without a doubt. It's going to be the start because it's an 8:52 Central Time puck drop tonight because we're sharing a broadcast with TNT.
That's brutal.
It's a full hour pregame and then a 22-minute open. So it'll probably be 7:30 Mountain Time. Is when
Okay.
it's gonna air.
Can
All
we
right.
expect a Nathan McKinnon played him like a fiddle reference tonight?
Oh.
Possibly, or smooth as the steel guitar at the station inn, perhaps. We'll see. We'll see if that's a possibility.
That goal had a little twang to it.
I'm kind of dying to know what the name of the band is right now. I'm like,
fine. Country Fried Analysts is what
Well,
they
I'm sorry,
just
what?
randomly call it.
country what?
Country Fried Analysts.
Country Fried Analyst.
See, this is why I didn't want to tell you.
Wow,
because
that name
the acronym-
sucks.
I told you I didn't want to tell you, but this is what
We'll
you
just
made
call him
me do.
CFA.
All right, yeah, we're just gonna call you
You
CF.
know what?
Yeah.
Next time you guys ask for me to come on the show, I'm just going to tell Dan no.
That being said, could this be a trap game for the Avalanche tonight?
Yes, it's always a nightmare playing in this building. I don't know why. Nashville is dead last in the NHL, but they're not as bad as that. Lately, they're like 4 wins in their last 6, and so they're not playing terrible. And remember, we squeaked out of here 2 weeks ago with a 3-0 shutout. It was 1-0 until late, got 2 empty netters. But this is not easy. End of a road trip. Nashville plays tough, and they've been playing better. So hold your horses on any sort of blowout win tonight. I'm saying that so it actually happens.
And Wedgie's back in net tonight, from what I understand. Is that right?
Yeah, Wedgwood starts. Nature's not feeling great, but he should be good to go tonight. And Gavin Brindley is also a possibility.
Oh,
If
very
not
cool.
Tonight, then definitely Thursday versus the Florida Panthers.
All right, well, we do have Avs tickets to give away, Connor, so we got to take a break, and we got to get to that. But we look forward to Colorado Wagon from the Country Fried is it or is it just Country Fried Analysts?
I'm not sure it matters. It's going to suck.
Okay.
So just,
all right. All right, Connor, we'll check it out tonight. We'll play it tomorrow for sure. We're going to do a like it or spike it, one of them music things.
It's going to be a spike it. So
I don't know. You guys got a lot of fans. There's a lot of fans.
Yeah. So enjoy it.
All right, you sound okay.
Hey, don't forget,
Thanks,
Kiefer
Connor.
got that "Come Look at Me" account of his. He'll get some eyes on this thing.
Oh,
it'll blow up for sure.
Yeah, it'll blow up.
All right.
Like even bad stuff blows up. Keep that in mind. So this is going to be on the bad stuff blowing up category.
All right, Connor. Have a great call. Thanks for being on with us. We'll talk to you later.
No promises. Okay, bye.
Okay, Country Fried Analysts. That has been hyped. Like, I'm glad we could do our part. So you didn't even know about it, and now you do.
I saw the photo, but I didn't understand the full context. No.
Now you get it.
Yeah,
Or
it
do
is
you?
a pretty good photo.
We'll come back with our next keyword, our NFL weekend wrap-up still to come. Avs tickets for the Panthers on deck next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration today. Call them at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, fantastic at what they do. What I love about Advanced Hair so much is that they believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Time for your next keyword. Avs Panthers Thursday. Special bonus, the Cup Classic Joe Sakic bobblehead. Text HART, H-A-R-T, Hart Trophy. Joe Sakic won one of those too. 303-504-0925, first and last name to be entered. Limited packages remain for the Panthers game with the Sakic bobblehead. To purchase, visit coloradoavalanche.com/Cup Classic. To win the tickets and bobblehead, text HART, first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. David Adelman will join us in 8 minutes. Let's look at the NFL this past weekend in our NFL recap. And we start with the Texans ending the dynasty of the Chiefs.
2nd and 9. Mahomes scanning, deflected in the air. Intercepted Jalen Petrie. 3rd and 6. Quarter begins. Mahomes downfield for Hollywood Brown. Intercepted underneath Kamari Lassiter.
Am I right about that? Is this the end of the dynasty? Did the Texans put an exclamation mark on it?
I think you're wrong, but it probably comes down to the semantics of how you define a dynasty, right? I think it's the end of an era of the dynasty. Yeah. But I think the Patriots had different eras of their dynasty, and they took a year or two off here and there. But it recycles and it comes back. And if you're looking at this thing in the big picture in 10 years, Mahomes is going to win another. He's probably going to win a couple. I don't think this is the end of Patrick Mahomes' career, if that's what you're asking.
Is he washed, Scott?
Washed!
I just saw an interesting video that I sent you guys just now.
I saw that you did that. I'm asking the question.
That said, if we're being honest, and no one wants to hear that, Patrick Mahomes' end of his career is going to be more like Russell Wilson than it was Tom Brady.
That means he would be washed.
And then if you look at years 9 and 10 and the decline of Russell Wilson, we may be seeing that of Patrick Mahomes.
Clearly, although there were some okay moments for Russell Wilson with the Broncos, but more or less he was washed when he got here. True or not true?
True. It would seem like it.
It would be. And what you're sending is a video saying this is it. He'll be around. He ain't going nowhere, but the best is over. You say he's going to win another Super Bowl.
Of course. Yeah, it's not over.
Not a chance.
It's not even close to not.
All right.
I don't think he's got a chance.
Not a chance, Mahomes. Not a chance.
No.
He's got Andy Reid there. I mean, listen. I think
Was
the
it
dynasty.
Andy Reid or Nagy?
I think the dynasty it's Andy Reid. I think the dynasty is over when the pairing of Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes no longer exists. And until that day, they'll find another.
We go to the Broncos' opponent this week. That's the Packers. Huge win for them over the Bears.
On the fake. Williams looking, throwing. It is intercepted. Keyshawn Nixon and the Packers will win it.
Great game. Went right down to the wire. Jordan Love, 17-25 for 234, 3 touchdowns with a pick. 2 touchdowns for Caleb Williams. Numbers aren't quite that impressive. These two teams do go at it again here in like a week and a half. Is there any way that the Packers might be overlooking the Broncos in a weird way because the Bears are coming up again for them?
Well, you need wins, and you need total wins, so that's still important. But I think the Packer game is looming because you can still win your division, right? I mean, that's the bottom line is just win your division.
I think when you got 4 games left, it's impossible for any team in the NFL to overlook anybody. There's
Especially when they're in the hunt.
There's a weird period in there, probably weeks 8 through 12-ish, 8 through 13, somewhere in that ballpark, that I think it happens. When you've got light at the end of the tunnel and you know what you have to do to finish out the season, it's very unusual for a team to overlook somebody.
Better quarterback, Jordan Love or Bo Nix?
Jordan Love.
Why?
Probably the ability to push the ball down the field.
Scott?
Well, I think both guys are where they need to be with the coaches that they have.
So you'd say it's a push.
Like I don't
They're
know.
both
I
effective
don't know
for what
if
they
Jordan
need.
Love could do what Bo Nix does here, and I don't know if Bo Nix could do what Jordan Love does in Green Bay.
We move on to the Bills and the Bengals. It was a ferocious. It snowed the entire game. Okay, the entire game.
Felt like home, didn't it?
I've Sat through a couple of those. And it's miserable, but, it's exciting when your team wins, Buffalo.
From the 33. Oh, my goodness! Look out here! Christian Benford, gift wrapped the other way! Touchdown! What just happened? 67 yards!
The Bengals led the majority of this game until the Bills scored 21 points in the fourth quarter. They walk away with the win. What's the danger factor of the Buffalo Bills in this playoff?
Offense and their quarterback going nuts on you.
Yeah. I don't want to play the Bills. For sure I don't want to play the Bills. I don't want to play Josh Allen. I don't know if Josh Allen's ever going to win it, but feels like it's a matter of time.
Can a shaky defense with an unbelievably explosive potential offense win a Super Bowl?
Sure. Same way that a team with a great defense and bad offense can win a Super Bowl. I think that it's hard to sustain the success. But yeah, if you could outscore somebody, I know that you're gonna take it back to the Broncos Star Wars here and what happened in the Super Bowl. But I mean, you don't have a bad day. Sure, it can happen.
I would say it can take it to a Super Bowl. I don't know if it can win it.
Is Josh Allen due?
Well, he might be due. So is Joe Burrow. So is Jackson. So is a lot of guys.
Is there a better story in the NFL than the Bills winning their first Super Bowl and Josh Allen getting the payoff on what will be a Hall of Fame career?
Well, it's a great story if you live in Buffalo.
It's not a great story nationally?
I honestly think a better storyline.
Stories.
And I know I'm talking about the game before the Super Bowl, but I think it'd be an incredible storyline for the NFL if Bo Nix and Drake May faced off in the AFC Championship. You got the two new young guns. Patrick Mahomes is down and out. So, okay, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, they were never good enough anyways. Couldn't get it done.
Is it time to move on to the next generation of quarterbacks?
No, that's not what I mean. I just mean I think it's good to have the next generation come in.
This year's unique. And going back to the Star Wars offense and getting blown out by Seattle, didn't Cincinnati with an unbelievable offense get to a Super Bowl also and just nothing doing when they got to the Chiefs? So again, you can get there with a great offense. You are going to win it. So for example, if Buffalo gets to the Super Bowl and they play the Rams, you taking Buffalo?
I'm taking the Rams.
See, I am too.
Steelers, Ravens.
Hey, brought back, baby.
Aaron Rodgers gets it done.
Dump it off. Got it. Got the first down with Warren. Warren gonna go untouched. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. A play so simple that was not defended. 38 yards and a touchdown.
Do the Steelers win this division? The division nobody wants to win. Do they win it?
Yes. Yes, they do. Bad division, but A-Rod's going to keep playing good football as the season wraps up.
Well, weren't they talking about firing Tomlin just a week ago?
All sorts of talk about that.
2 games ago, and
yes.
now this one they're saying, hey, they can win the division.
Well, they can because at 7-6, they're in first place. I mean, an 8-9 team. You could possibly win this division with a sub-500 record this year.
Well, that's what you get when you want parity.
That's what that division's all about.
Hey, Phillip Rivers takes his team to the Super Bowl. How many minutes until his wife becomes pregnant?
I think she'll just get pregnant watching it. It's the power of Phillip Rivers. All right, David Adelman is going to join us here in a second. And, of course, we'll start digging into the Packers and the Broncos a lot more coming up in the next couple days. But we go to the head coach of your Denver Nuggets who have it was funny. Coach Adelman, first of all, thank you for joining us. How you doing, David?
Doing well.
It was funny to hear Katie Wingy interview Peyton Watson and say, hey, this is a club record for you guys in terms of best starts to the season. And Peyton, franchise history.
Yeah.
Congratulations, through 23 games. And Peyton Watson was like, it is? I don't even feel like we've been playing that well. Now, what I wonder is how you feel juxtaposing an incredible accomplishment with a 10-game road winning streak, hopefully 11, in Sacramento on Thursday night, juxtaposed with the 4-game losing streak. And it even feels some of your players are a little conflicted with those emotions.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Personally, for me, I don't really look back at 23 games and have emotional responses to all of them. I know we've won 17 of them. if we win them on the road or win them at home, the allotment of wins at the end of the year is the whole point of getting into the tournament. It's been a weird, odd way to do it. Obviously winning the road games we have, and then coming home for one, and it seems like we lose a tough game, and then we go back on the road, and then you see us again 10 days later. It's been an odd start with an odd schedule, but a lot of teams have dealt with it. I'll take the 17-6. I won't try to define how we got there. I just know that we're there.
And sit back, and I'm trying to pull up the schedule to look at it exactly. And I say this, and people don't understand this. When you get on the road, especially we just came out the 3-game road trip, and you're on the road for 5-6 days. You've got one after Christmas where I think, David, we're on the road for like 12 or 13 days. You play 7 games. It's a routine. It's a wake up at this time, meeting at this time, dinners at this time, lunch is here, practice right here, buses go to the game, bus back to the hotel, dinner, boom, boom, boom. And it's a repetitive, controlled environment for those 12 or 13 days that you're going to have. Then all of a sudden you get home and you get, by the way, you haven't paid bills in 2 weeks. Your kids haven't seen you in 3 or 4 days or a week or so. And yeah, we got in at 3:30 in the morning, but, little Johnny or little Susie doesn't realize that at 6:30 when they're just excited to see Dad getting home. And all of a sudden the real world catches up with you, and all of a sudden basketball loses focus a little bit. Your dad probably saw that in the years he's coaching. You probably saw it as an assistant going up. But that's just the true nature of what the NBA long season is like, isn't it?
No question. And it's also just, I think sometimes you forget that because we're an NBA basketball team, you forget that we're also grown adults. This isn't like so we do have lives, and you do come home to it. And the last few times you come home, honestly, the only thing I could think of was, seeing my family for a second, washing my clothes and repacking to leave. And in the meantime, let's play a game before we fly out. So we just have to find a way to fight through it. And to your point, there is something to be said for repetitive schedules. And I brought this up last week. We've lost these games at home. I also remember the week we played 4 games. We were here for a week, and we were dominant. And, you had a schedule. You had something you were sticking to. I had a good feel for what was good for the guys that week, because you're not up against, what is coming and time zone changes and all those things. So there really is something to it. And I think you have to remember back in the day, it used to be you go out and you'd play 4 games on the road, and you come home and you'd play 4 or 5 at home. And that's just how they managed the schedule. You used to go to Texas and play all 3 teams. But that's not what this is anymore. So, it is what it is. And I'm just really proud of the guys that their response to some tough losses here in Denver have been very mature. And, we lost that game, but, you go to the next game and it counts exactly the same as the game you just played, regardless of the gym that you're playing in. So it's been a really veteran response. No excuses from the guys. And that's why we're 17-6, and no excuses with the guys that are out. It's just been a professional approach throughout.
Coach, Scott and I were talking off air, just saying, could you imagine if Nikola Jokic ended up at the line 10 or 11 times per game like SGA? And, I promise not trying to get you in trouble with the league on this, but what would be your theory as to why he doesn't end up at the line as often as some other guys?
I suppose his size. We always ask questions about how they ref a perimeter player that shoots a 3-point shot as opposed to how you ref a guy shooting a jump hook or a floater, and what constitutes illegal contact and why the two are different. So, it's one of those things you're just looking for answers because you want him to have the best information possible to be as successful as he can be.
Yeah.
And so there are nights where you feel confused on, illegal contact, whether you're 7 feet tall and whatever Nikola weighs, or you're, a small perimeter player that can really handle and shoot. There's nights it's frustrating. You're right. You're not going to get me in trouble with the league, so I'm not going to go there. There's been some frustrating nights where I feel like maybe he's earned maybe some more trips to the line. If that was the case, the scoring would be something we've probably never seen before with the assists and rebounds, the allotment that he's showing out every night. So it's just have to stay with it. I'm trying to find ways on the floor or places on the floor where he can catch the ball and he can be seen as more of a perimeter player, if that makes sense. Because I feel like the game's officiated differently out there than it is near the basket. So one of those things, we just have to keep working at it. And it's up to me to try to find him places on the floor where he can, maybe shows the official the contact that he's taking as opposed to close to the basket where things, people get away with some things.
Why did you call the win against Charlotte, David Adelman, head coach of the Nuggets, is our guest, why did you call that the most satisfying win of the year?
I just felt like that was a game teams lose. It's the back end of the trip. It's the back end of a really odd schedule. It's a 6 p.m. game in Charlotte. The NFL's on. The crowd's not really into the game. It's an easy game. And over the years, if you guys remember, we've lost there.
Yep.
We got lucky there last year, 1-1. Nicola got an and one. And it's just one of those games you can feel it. Like you can feel that this could be a tough one, just getting up for the game itself. And I just felt we kept our energy throughout. It was a very professional win. Once we got ahead in the third quarter, I felt like we just did our job. And, when you go through a season like that, the Avs go through this too with their 82. There's nights where it's just win the game and do what you have to do to win that game and get out of town. And we did that. And I think I said it after the game and today with the media, but it was also weird to score 115 and win because we've been scoring the ball so well. So it wasn't like it was an easy night for us where everything's going in. It was a Jamal Murray show early, and then I thought it was a very solid effort defensively. And as the game went on, we just took care of business. So it's just a good NBA win. It's hard to explain, but there was a lot of factors going into it that worried me, and I thought the guys handled it right.
Plus, you had 2 emotional wins right before that with just amazing performances. I want to take you back to the Atlanta game. First time this year you've kind of seen the team come out that flat and the other team just really get into it. I thought they made a cardinal mistake, really challenging a couple minor things early with a 19-point lead. End up hurting them because they didn't have anything to use late in the game. But that being said, when did you know in that third quarter, we might still have a chance right here? Was there ever a moment in that third quarter you went, okay?
Yeah, at halftime, we decided not to show any clips. We just went and talked. And it just was a general conversation about what they just did to us in the first half. Well, there's the same amount of time in the second half, and we all know the NBA games are so long, and there's a run to be made. And then I thought the guys focused from the get-go in that quarter, not just the shot making, but we picked up defensively. We kind of hurried their offense up a bit, as opposed to I felt like they played downhill the whole first half. I felt like we made them play uphill the first 6 minutes of that third quarter, and all of a sudden you're right in the game. And then, when Coach Snyder had to call multiple timeouts, now they're really up against it. He's got to save a few for the end of the game. So it's, there's going to be long stretches and chances to have a big run. So, when you complement what we did to start the quarter with the unit that came in with Cam and Tim getting so hot with Jamal and Jonas in the pick and roll, it's just one of those nights, man, where I know we have guys out, but you realize how good your team is and also just how they can walk a game down. I talked about that after the game. Like that's an NBA thing that happens nightly. There's a lot of talented teams out there, and we're one of them. Like we can get hot. And to get 80 in the second half against a really good team was phenomenal by the guys. Like that was an awesome night, a hell of a win against a team that I think has got a chance to win the East when they're fully healthy.
I guess I might be a little bit naive here, so I appreciate you taking this. Well, how much does a coach have to advocate for one of his players when it comes to being an all-star? Because we think clearly Jamal has done what it's taken to get that. But I don't know what your role needs to be, if at all, in anything.
Yeah, I think there's a difference. Like if he's up for a starting spot, I think in my impact, just by reminding people in the media so it gets to the fan vote matters. I know there's a lot of different factors to it. But when it comes to, making the team as a bench member, that is what coaches see. And then some coaches, have relationships with other coaches that they were together. There's a whole San Antonio tree of people. And I do think that factors in a little bit where there's a relationship with some of the players and other teams, and maybe the voting goes that way. But it's a tough one. But this year in particular, I'm not going to, we got a long way to go here, but the level he's playing at has been whatever you want to call it, super high level. And if that means all-star, he deserves it. And he's been so consistent throughout. I thought Aaron should have made it a few years back, and he missed out. It was very close. And just with all, and I think on top of that, I would hope that there's a little bit of respect to the amount of winning that's gone on here over the years. And obviously Nikola gets the accolades he deserves. But I think a couple of our other guys, sometimes they could, if they were somewhere else, their stats might be a lot more attractive to people, but they're doing it here and they're winning a bunch of games. They're in the playoffs every year. It's, I hope there's some respect given to that as well, beyond how good 27 has played, through the first couple months of the season.
Hey, that being said, and I always hate to ask these questions, hopeful to get maybe Aaron, you mentioned Aaron and Christian back before the new year?
Yeah, I think that the hope is right there, somewhere in that mix. We go on that trip that just goes forever.
Yeah.
I would hope to see, if everything goes correctly with the rehab, you know how it is. You're going to have ups and downs to the rehab. Yeah, it would be nice on that trip to see one, or if not both, guys get back. For me, selfishly, I also have to figure out the rotation. So when we get those guys back, it'll be, we'll have to feel it out. And I think I'm going to have to look at how we've done things with them out, and who's going to fit, and who's going to complement the rotation when we get them back. Because we had a sweet spot early in the season, and of course both guys go down, and that puts everything out of whack. So it's the earlier we can get them back when they're ready, the better off we're going to be, so we can kind of figure out what our team's going to be going in the second half of the season.
Is Strother on that same timetable, or is
he
that
was
a little
warming
different?
up last game?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he looks, and again, he's getting more to the contact part of it, but the back is so, you never know with your back.
Okay.
Yep.
And so they got to take him through the proper procedures. But I'm hoping if everything is going the way it's going right now, there's a lot of positive energy to him coming back soon.
Hey, have you gotten to the mall? Have you taken this little couple of days and done any Christmas shopping at all?
Yeah, and I had I had birthdays this week too in the family, so it was that my wallet's a little light. But I've been trying to take advantage of that, because we're just kind of moving around so much that got to get ahead of that stuff. But yeah, I'll definitely. I always find a way. Amazon always helps.
Oh, they're the best.
They're the best.
Yeah.
I don't mind that they're making that much money, because that really helps out.
It's really, really good. All right, Coach, welcome home. Make sure you get on a plane tomorrow and go to Sacramento, because nothing sends joy like playing the Sacramento Kings for the fourth time.
Yeah,
so.
Man, it's like a playoff series.
Yeah,
I'm into it.
I gotcha. Thanks, Coach. We'll talk to you.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, let's see. They come back after that and play 2.
Well, I thought it was more than that.
No, I think they play 2.
It's only 2 before you go back on the road again?
They have 8 times this year. And I looked, the 4 losses at home in a row were multiple games on the road, come back for 1, back out on the road, come back for 1.
Oh, no, it's 3. It is 3. You play Houston, Orlando, Houston.
Oh, that's right. You got Houston.
That's a very quirky schedule with Houston.
And that's December 15th. Let's see, then 20th. And then you got Utah after that too. So
you got 4 at home. That's right.
4.
Yeah, you're good.
And then there you go, 23rd. Out Dallas 1 again. That's the 5th time you go out for just 1 game. Come back 25th, 1 game home. Right there again.
No, it's
1 home game. And then look at that. Look at December 27th.
I know.
Through January 7th.
We'll hang a picture of you in here, Scott, so we remember what your face looks like. Although you are on video every single day, and you're with Sean Payton over there, so maybe we won't have to do that. All right, there's David Adelman, your Denver Nuggets best start in franchise history. It probably doesn't quite feel like that, but that is the truth. No dumb questions next. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The holiday season is here, full of hustle and bustle, packed with activity, but when your energy is drained and you're not sleeping well, your sex drive nowhere to be found, then maybe it's tough to feel so festive. It could be the signs of low testosterone. If that's what's going on, this is your season to take action and get treatment. Okay, here's what you do. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. It's 10 questions, yes or no. Listen, they'll draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes. If this is what we're doing, the Colorado licensed medical provider with you will review your results and discuss all your options about making the right decision together. Cost of the appointment is only $99. Get the medical consult, the T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. So hit up my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Most men wait a year or longer. There's no need to wait. Don't go another season with low T. Call today, 720-440-7900. Located in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we will get to David Portnoy's apology for saying I did not want people to murder Pete Carroll. That'll come up. This college football stuff too, Tyler, is all right. Let me just start with a no dumb question on that. So there's a private equity firm that's going to throw $500 million at the University of Utah.
Insane.
Is this a good thing or a bad thing for college football?
They're turning it in. So the goal is to turn it into a for-profit organization.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're trying to do. Scott walks in the door, says, horrible. Go ahead.
College football's I tell you what, college sports has been ruined. I blame the NCAA and their cowardice from the past 20 years.
Of course.
That, having done talk radio a little longer than Tyler, we were talking about paying athletes 20-some years ago, stipends, and it was they're getting their education. And eventually you win a court case, which you knew you eventually were going to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Antitrust type stuff. And they had a chance to get in front of this and can control it. And now everything with the money, what was it? Vic's big thing this morning was just one big league, 2 divisions.
Yeah,
upper and a lower.
like 60 teams.
And just go. You're good. I don't know what they can do anymore. I don't know what they can do anymore.
When you say it's been ruined, is it less appealing to watch?
Yes.
I think I disagree.
Well,
I would never want to coach in college football. I wouldn't want anything to do with it. It's anarchy. You got to recruit your own kids. You got to be worried about ASU's going to lose their quarterback. Why?
Money.
What? Yeah, exactly. I know. So like I get all that, but at the same time, it kind of brings a new excitement to the game that like any given year, hey, we go get that guy.
Well, I'll say this. I'll say this from your standpoint. I think there's a bias in you because you're a pro athlete and your services are paid for to perform at the highest level in front of thousands of people. Well, these kids forever have been asked to perform in front of thousands of people.
And I don't think they're much different.
And people were making tons of money around them and they weren't.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's changed and it's broken right now. I've talked to, and it's really funny because I've talked to a number of buddies, fans who used to just hate the NBA, but love college basketball. Can't hardly watch anymore. He said, the guy I really loved last year is gone. He said, I used to be able to watch this team, and I knew I could watch Syracuse, and I knew I was going to, a guy might go out if he was super good, go out early, like Melo did after winning the championship. Melo leaves one. But what was the little white kid that was there? That was pretty good, too.
My God.
Played in the league for a while, too.
No, I don't think he did.
But he had a big finals game the year they won it.
Oh, my God, that's terrible because he went to be on the bench as a coach for Syracuse. That is awful. I can't remember his name.
But the point,
it's on the tip of my tongue.
But the point, people, you find these kids and they're there for 4 years. When I graduated, I had these little old ladies. I wish and they're probably
Jerry
McNamara.
Jerry McNamara, yes.
I wish I remembered their names, but they gave me when I graduated 4 big giant books, annuals that they had kept of my freshman year, my sophomore year, all the paper clippings, all the news, pictures they had, just 2 fans.
Yep.
And fans were invested like that. The NIL and the transfer portal, to me, the hardcore, diehard fans that we count on every Sunday afternoon or Saturday afternoon to watch those games, you're disenfranchising.
So I think that you're right. There's probably a contingency of fan base that's true. The numbers say they're higher than ever. The numbers say that if you take every TV game and you just count for it as an entirety, it's up 14%. The big games like the Ohio State Michigan game, that was up like 49% or something stupid, something crazy.
Of course.
So like it's not taken away from the game in terms of the overall interest.
No, because this is the funniest.
Because you got Dave Portnoy's out there watching the games.
Yes, and we'll get to him in a little bit, but I laugh about all this because college football is the same every season. It starts great. You're always excited for it, and the games are awesome, and the vibe on it. And at this time of year, it's like you see how the sausage is made. This conversation we're having right now, you realize happens every year at this time because you finally are really looking at it. Why? Well, because it's obvious. Kids are leaving, coaches are leaving, and you got to try to, Vic was like, wait till you hear the press conference today from Notre Dame. It's going to blow up college football. No, it's not. It's just a whiny program that should just join a conference that isn't. It's not changing anything.
Been allowed not to.
Yeah, I mean,
and my argument would be all those things that you're talking about. it adds a new layer of excitement to college football that actually wasn't there previously. You've got free agency. You got kids that you're recruiting year in and year out. You've got transfers. I'm not saying you got to like it. I understand the purist in me, it drives me nuts. And I think they need to get control of these transfer rules. It's too much.
Who's they, though?
That's the problem.
Good question.
And that's the problem that wasn't addressed 15, 20 years ago, that they could have had this more under control. And I'll say this, and I'm a firmly believer of this. I think, we all know now that people are watching sports in all sorts of ways now. You talk about all the time being at the Avs game, watching the Nuggets game, with the Monday Night Football game over on the other.
I've done it all.
You've had 2 or 3 games going on at one time.
Sure.
I think that has changed the landscape a little bit. But I tell you what, now that betting is legal in 38 out of the 52 states, dude, I'm telling you, that has changed. A lot of people watch it because of that and that alone.
I did hear the morning show suggest something that I thought was pretty interesting, aside from the super conference sort of concept. Have the bowls at the beginning of the season. Have the bowls be the first games of the year, perhaps based on whatever results or however you want to do it, and then expand the college football playoff to even more, maybe like 16 teams or something like that.
I don't know. I think that would just come across like college basketball going to Hawaii and playing in a tournament.
Well,
Nobody would care.
Well, but it sort of checks the boxes of doing something kind of cool and kind of different and kind of fun.
Does it count towards the season?
Sure.
Have you heard the big thing? Because like those the Maui Invitational used to blow up ratings-wise. People couldn't miss it, and they always had the great teams. You know, and like this year they got one team ranked in the top 25 to go over to it. You know where they're going? They're going to a big tournament thing that's in Vegas of college team where they've got like 8 top 25 teams in this little tournament. You know why? Prize money.
Oh, there you go. I mean, that's
prize money for the tournament.
We'll come back. We'll come back with the big question of the day next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, do yourself a favor. Don't waste your time. Go to the best dealership in Colorado, the best prices, the best inventory, and the best customer service. My friends over at Phil Long Ford. They're fantastic. I think relationships matter in life. That's why I've been going over to Phil Long Ford since my rookie year. The only dealership that I ever go to whenever I need a vehicle. I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. They get me in, they get me out, and I always find the vehicle of my dreams. Because they've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. New or pre-owned, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They've got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to love that ride for a very long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
interception there that sealed this game for you guys to get this win.
Yeah, the defense played incredible. You know, they came up with so many big stops today, so proud to be able to play for those guys, and the way they compete down in, down out is really fun to watch.
We know you were dealing with a broken hand tonight. You gutted it out. You were hit multiple times. How are you feeling right now?
Feel pretty good, thank you.
I'm looking at Romy Bean. She's the best, Channel 4. The battle for the number 1 seed in the AFC. Broncos, Patriots. The Broncos is the combined record of the final 4 opponents to see who has the tougher path. The Broncos, 33, 18-1. 3 9-win teams, 1 team out of 500, and that's the Chiefs, 6-7. The Patriots, 24-28, 3 division games, 3 teams sub 500. Denver, 3 of 4 at home. New England, 2 at home, 2 on the road. It's an interesting moment by Romy Bean, but we start off and ask the question, what about the Chargers last night winning in terms of making things a little bit more painful or difficult for the Broncos? They gutted it out. They won in overtime. The Eagles just couldn't get out of their way. Jalen Hurts fumbled and threw an interception on the same play, which is hard to do. And within field goal range for at least a tie, they throw it away with another interception. What did last night do for the Broncos and what they're trying to do?
Just a little bit of affirmation. It's not over yet. You don't have this thing locked up. You got a long ways to go. It is a tough road, man. I mean, every game left, you're capable of beating them. You probably should beat them, except Vegas thinks that the Packers should beat the Broncos this weekend. Also, the same is true. Every team is capable of beating you. Packers can beat the Broncos. Chiefs can beat the Broncos. Jags can beat the Broncos. Chargers can beat the Broncos. Any last one of those teams could beat you. And you got to stay on your A game, man. Like you got to get, not just stay on your A game, you got to continue the evolution of getting better in the running game and all the pieces that are still struggling.
This is the most wide open, no guarantee team, get there or win it, maybe in NFL history. I think there's more of a, it feels like more of a certainty in the NFC side than the AFC side, but dude, you've won the close games you had to win. You've got a schedule of all 4 of these games you could sweep, but you could lose all 4 of them too.
Dude, I think the NFC is pretty great also. I mean, just in the NFC West alone, Rams or Seahawks, you know, and you got the Eagles, you got Packers with 9 wins. It's actually pretty similar, Scott.
Yeah, it might be, but I just feel the Rams right now are the best team in football.
In a weird way, do the Chargers, keeping things competitive? Okay. I mean, you got to stay sharp if you're the Broncos. Does that help at all? Or not a big deal?
It doesn't hurt, I don't think. Because I haven't – listen, when I went to the Pistons, and this is after spending six years in Atlanta, 3 of them really good, 50-plus win teams. And every year is, win the Central Division, win the Central Division, win the Central Division. Finally did it. Always won 50 games. And then there was always Boston or Detroit waiting for us, and we never could get over that hump. I went to the Pistons. The word division wasn't even mentioned. Never mentioned. Win the NBA championship, win the NBA championship, win the NBA championship, and I feel like lately anyway, that's Sean Payton.
Yeah, because you got 11 wins. You're right. Like when the season started, it was probably, if you're being realistic, boys, let's find a way to knock down the Chiefs. Let's get the AFC West, right? That'd be a cool start to this new little era of football. But you bypass that.
Yeah,
that's just like an assumption that it comes along the way.
Sean talked about, was the last week, talked about that number 1 seed. And some people, some coaches, I've never understood it. Some ownership groups and everybody else, they set their goals so low, and they're afraid to say championship because they're trying to protect jobs and they're trying to do that. And
Sean wasn't afraid of that this year.
No, Sean
he was doing it in preseason.
In preseason, we can get to the Super Bowl. We can do this. This is a Super Bowl caliber team. We gave him grief for it. Put too much pressure on Bo. He was looking shaky to start the season. But that's kind of been his goal. And so, listen, AFC West, great. It gives you better, it gives you an easier road because you're automatic in. But, the number 1 seed gives you an even easier road to get there.
Is Jim Harbaugh a genius or a kook? I present this for evidence.
This is definitely, maybe the best feeling, just a wonderful, wonderful feeling of winning and thrill of victory. It's certainly in the discussion. I put in the discussion the birth of my 7 children, my marriage, in the conversation. Just joyful, joyous, and the biblical definition of that is just overflowing with joy.
You had 7, so maybe after the 3rd kid, it's not quite as special. I don't know.
You got a bit of kook in him.
Dude, he's like a lovable kook, like he's a weirdo. He's probably half idiot, but he's a lovable idiot.
He's got him play. It's so funny because I know what interaction you're talking about with him screaming at Herbert after the game's over. And it just seems like these two are just oil and water. Like, how is this working with these two guys?
I don't disagree with that, but Tyler said something earlier. He's pulled something out of Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
He's pulled something out of him.
Well, he believes in him, no doubt about it.
Yeah, but I mean, going up and screaming to him, and I think Herbert initially I thought was like shocked, but then he gives him a big hug too, and now he wants to get his team right.
Yep.
And I'm like, he's a kook. I think he's a pretty good football coach, but I think he's a kook. But he's done something to Justin Herbert, who what was the comments on him? Aloof, not part of the guys, kind of a different.
Not type A.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden he's different. And I'm going to tell you what, first of all, that Joker can play a little bit.
Oh, well, that was no doubt about it.
That was one of those wins last night that it's just grimy. It's not pretty. He didn't throw the ball particularly well. Matter of fact, he threw it kind of bad. But he found ways to make it work with his feet. He's in pain. He's in agony.
He had surgery this past week.
That's right. He's got a hamburger helper arm.
He's probably a little bit angry. It's all those things.
Okay. Pete Carroll, if you missed this earlier, explained what he was thinking at the end of the game.
I was battling with the official, making a plea because we saw 8 seconds, 7, which would have given us a chance to kick the field goal, kick an onside kick, and maybe have a second left. And then when it went down to 5 or went down to 3 or whatever they did, and then they put it back to 5 or whatever, then I knew it was going to look stupid. Like you couldn't figure out why we were doing it. So it was 8. And I was trying to get it to 10. I was talking 10, with the guy trying to get it back up. And I thought I'd had a chance to plead it, and they might give me a shot. And so that was just competing all it was. But fans couldn't understand. Like you're asking the question, but. There was a real clear thought what we were trying to get done there, just to take it down to the very last click.
Initially, but he's admitting this must have looked stupid with what he was doing. You buying his logic there?
It looked stupid. It absolutely looked stupid, but I do, if you just think about it in the most simplistic terms, if we take a knee, if we run the ball, we have a literal 0% chance in this game. If we kick a field goal, maybe some way, somehow, there's 1 second on the clock, and we kick an onside kick, and we recover it, and we take it to the house. I mean, it gives you a more than 0% chance of winning the football game.
But let me ask this. Help me out here. 1 second on the clock, get the field goal, you kick an onside. Once it touches somebody, the ball's live, isn't it?
Dude,
that's my point.
Yeah, so there's no chance, if you recover it, to even run a play.
No, it's done.
No, but what I was saying is you recover it and you take it to the house.
Oh,
he's saying he was begging
Can you advance an onside kick? I don't think you can.
Sure.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Ooh, can you?
Yeah.
Oh, can you advance if you're the kicking team?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I don't think you could.
Why am I letting you guys confuse me right now? I'm like 98% positive you can.
Yeah, I'm not
there's
sure
a 2%
about
that. You don't.
I know. There's that. Now you put that 2% in my head.
Meanwhile,
you cannot.
You cannot. 2%.
You cannot answer. That's what I thought.
You got it.
So the game's over.
You got it.
Yeah.
So in kicking a field goal, might as well still go a Hail Mary.
Okay, but if you follow his logic, right? He's like, I know, technically speaking, there's not enough time on that clock, but maybe if I convince that ref to put an extra 3 seconds on there, maybe then.
Yeah, but
when he
before,
didn't,
right, when you didn't get it, and you're still kicking it, okay, whatever.
Let me ask this.
Who knows?
Say he gets the ball back in 5 seconds, he just takes a knee. Game's over.
Yeah, right.
What's the other people saying?
Oh man,
what's the other people saying that
the whole drive confused me. The whole last drive by the Raiders confused me completely.
What if it was like as simple as this? What if he was like, hey, we were going to lose the game, but for all you Raiders faithful out there that bet on us, I did that for you. I covered that line for you. You can't get in trouble for that. Like he wasn't betting on the game.
Well,
what do you mean? He's just trying to kicking a field goal.
We do have evidence of what Portnoy put on the game. Now, you remember this.
That's the worst beat of all time. And you have to investigate the Raiders. Investigate the Raiders.
So he goes on, and ultimately, didn't he call for the murder of
definitely called for
Pete
the murder
Carroll.
of Pete Carroll.
So Portnoy
and then arrested.
Portnoy yesterday made it
after the murder. Arrest him after he's dead.
I think so.
Yeah.
He made it clear he's not pro murder, but we also found out how much he actually put on the game.
Breaking news. I just got this email from Jordan King at Newsweek. Newsweek, request for comment. Hello, I hope you're doing well. Jordan King from Newsweek here. I'm getting touches. I'm trying to get a hold of Dave Portnoy. I'm covering the backlash to his rant about the ending of the game between the Raiders and the Broncos, in which he calls for the murder of Raiders coach Pete Carroll. Well, I would like to say this loudly, clearly, emphatically. We never want physical harm to anybody based on a decision, a play, anything. However, in the moment, you may be upset by one of the wildest sequences that cost you $250,000. So it is a metaphorical murder. It's like, I'd like to just scream. But we don't want harm. We don't want physical violence. We don't want threats. I disavow real violence. Anybody who thought I was actually calling for him to be murdered and killed so he couldn't breathe, you misread this situation, and I apologize. No murder, no violence.
Okay, so
that's a funny thing to make clear,
Pretty
isn't
funny.
it?
Pretty funny.
Yeah.
Can you imagine?
$250,000.
$250,000 on a
$250,000
random game, middle of the season.
Oh
Not
my
the Super
God.
Bowl.
There's two ways to look at it. If
crazy.
he wins the bet, he wins $250,000, or did it cost him $250,000 because he lost the bet?
I think he put $250,000. Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. Like, what was he going to make on it?
Was he going to make $250,000?
Oh, I gotcha. So he might have put $125,000 on it.
I took it as he wagered $250,000.
Well, either way, he wagered six figures. So either way,
Yeah. Yes. I see what you're saying.
Which now we'll go back to our previous conversation. Gambling legal in 38, I think, of the 52 states, right? Why is Dave Portnoy in New York paying any type of attention to an afternoon game between the Broncos and a 2-10 Raider team?
If anybody doesn't associate
without
gambling as a huge driver for the popularity both of college and pro football, you are burying your head in the sand. You really don't know what's going on. And
that's a dumb question, though. Sure. And I don't disagree with that. But why isn't the same true about tennis? Why isn't the same true about soccer? Why isn't the same true about any of these other sports that you can gamble on anything, boys and girls? You could gamble on ping pong if that's what you want to gamble on. Like, I think it's I think it's a little bit actually unfair to say the growth of these certain sports, or if we just want to pinpoint football, is specifically related to gambling. You can gamble on anything. Why aren't the ratings going up on other sports you can gamble on?
Well, I have no idea what European ratings are for English Premier League.
I'm talking about right here in America.
Premier League, it's massive.
Okay, so why isn't there more gambling on the Premier League here in the United States?
On the MLS, on a tennis match, on baseball, on hockey, whatever.
Because you got established teams that play at established times on established days, and they've been around and everybody knows what.
But we're saying college football is more unestablished than it's ever been, and the numbers are going up.
It's crazy.
I don't think that's only because of gambling.
That's a good question. I mean, football's a cool sport.
In theory, if it's gambling, all these sports should be going through the roof.
Okay, we'll come back with our last keyword for our show, and we'll get into Let's Football Go. We have some college football sound, which is pretty funny, from Ed Ogeron, and
that's great. That this audio is great.
Kenny Dillingham, and it's that time of year to find out what's really happening in college football. That's next. Uno, dos. Good times.
I got a question.
Well, we're giving away tickets to go see the Avs and the Panthers, Scott.
Yeah.
Questions here in a second. Special bonus, the Cup Classic Joe Sakic bobblehead. Text the word Pearson. It's another type of trophy that I'm sure Joe has won. I don't know what that one is, though. Pearson, Pearson, 303-504-0925. Limited package remain for the Panthers game with the Sakic bobblehead. To purchase, visit coloradoavalanche.com/Cup Classic. To win the tickets and bobblehead, text Pearson with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. These are all awards, trophies that Joe has won over the years. But I don't know. Do you guys know what that one's all about? Pearson? Okay. Avs Ticket Tuesday are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. We'll announce our winner in about a half hour or so. So best of luck. All right, let's go, Dan. Let's turn it on. Let's football go. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's
the saga continues.
The saga continues. By the way, people did catch that Scott threw out 52 states.
Yeah.
But
and it's 50, but I was making a mistake. I was thinking Puerto Rico and Canada,
we're both
51 and 2.
Yeah.
And that's my bad.
Okay.
But by the way, do you know there is some form of gambling in 48 of the 50 states? Only Utah and Hawaii has no gambling, and 38 of them have sports betting.
And they soon will all get into, probably except for Utah. Hawaii surprised me. Utah probably is going to stand firm on that. Utah probably will be anti-gambling, I guess, forever.
We'll let you know about Canada and Puerto Rico.
Okay, thanks, Scott. What's the first story, Dan?
All right, guys, this is coming from Mike Kliss. Per source, the Broncos have released offensive tackle Marcus Cox from their practice squad after officially signing running back Sincere McCormick to their practice squad. Who's Sincere McCormick? Well, I had to look him up. Sorry, Sincere. He did get a cup of coffee last season with the Raiders. He played in 5 games, had 39 carries, 183 yards, 4.7 average. Pretty good. And he had 6 receptions for 29 yards. Where are you guys at with the Broncos running back room, assuming J.K. Dobbins will not be back even if they reach the Super Bowl? Is there enough in that room to propel the Broncos down the stretch and into the postseason?
So they need to keep scouring waiver wires, free agency, practice squads, all those sorts of things. God forbid something happens to one of our guys, right? So that's why you're going to keep adding guys like Sincere McCormick, and maybe you're good there, maybe you like him, maybe you stick there. There's nobody you're going to add at this point that is going to make a difference in your rotation and the depth and the carries that you're getting. You got to count on RJ Harvey being the guy. That's what you got to count on, and hopefully everybody can stay healthy.
I'm just glad they didn't get his older brother.
Who's Sincere's older brother?
Insincere McCormick.
I was going to say, thank God they didn't take lying his ass off Jones.
Yeah,
that's
good. Or apathy Inglewood.
I don't give a crap Smith.
Yeah.
It makes their own jokes. Next story, Dan.
You got all
Guys,
the emotions.
He's back. The Colts are signing quarterback Phillip Rivers to their practice squad,
awesome.
Per Ian Rappaport. So this is also a question that has to be answered, too. He's a Hall of Fame semifinalist. So does he have to reset his 5 years out of the league in order to be, go back into contention for the Hall of Fame? And just what do you think
I would
of
guess so. I would say yes.
44-year-old Phillip Rivers joining the Colts for what they hope is a playoff run?
It's going to be fun to watch. I mean, are you not entertained? Are you not going to be intrigued by it? Are you not going to be watching Phillip Rivers play football?
Yeah, I mean, the backups there. Who are their Brett Rippon's one of them.
Crawford.
No, another dude. Whatever.
I just hope he still talks trash like he always has.
I think it was
it's Riley Leonard and it's Brett
Riley
Rippon.
Leonard, yeah.
And Riley, by the way,
let me apologize, Thompson. I think
Riley Leonard, he actually got hurt in his replacement of Daniel Jones.
It hurt his knee.
Yeah.
Okay, but you're asking.
And do you remember why Anthony Richardson is on the IR?
No, why?
Scott?
Shoulder, wasn't it?
No. He had a mishap with a stretching band that hit him in the face.
That's what it was?
That's what it was.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I think he fractured
he's got a
orbital
fractured
bone.
orbital bone.
Yeah.
That's right.
From stretching.
From a stretch band.
Wow.
That is amazing.
So now are you laughing so hard when you see them guys doing them assisted pull-ups and goes right up between the legs?
No, now I think that's way more
now
serious.
you understand how dangerous those things are.
Does Phillip Rivers smack talking?
Hey! Oh, honey. Oh, whoop, whoop. Oh, baby. Oh, Lee. Uh-oh. Shoot. Oh, my gosh. Shoot. That aggravates the stew out of me. Sheesh.
Is it different now that he's a grandfather?
Yeah, you got to dial that down a bit. I mean, that's a little aggressive.
Dadgum's a little bit too much. Were you hitting?
I don't know what's dialed down, Scott.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything dialed down.
I mean, do you hit him?
Dadgummit. Oh, pray tell me that that's not an interception.
Now it's more like, here's the play.
Maybe he's just like,
oh,
hey,
darn it.
The wheels on the bus don't go round and round. Bam. Something along those lines. All right.
I thought I was still in San Diego.
Are you telling me there's not a rookie? There's nobody in the NFL that is a better option than 44-year-old Phillip Rivers?
Well, you got to be available.
I looked up the free
Practice
agent
squads, I guess. Yeah.
I looked up the available free agent quarterbacks. I did this earlier. Jake Fromm. He won a natty at Georgia.
Yeah.
Sure.
Jeff Driscoll. Remember him?
Our guy.
Let's go.
And C.J. Beathard were the only available quarterbacks that Spot Rack had listed. So it was them or Phillip Rivers.
But seriously.
Chad Kelly's in the CFL.
Well, how about Brett Rippon, who's been training all year with the team?
Yeah.
I mean, who's on the team?
Yeah, that's right.
What about him?
What about
It's a funny story.
Hey, if you're going with Rivers, how about Brett Rippon's uncle?
Mark Rippon?
Yeah.
Get him.
Get him.
Next story, Dan.
All right, guys. The Browns announced that rookie quarterback Shedeur Sanders will start the Browns' final 4 games of the season. Head coach Kevin Stefanski announced on Monday. So here's my question for you guys. More likely, Shedeur Sanders is the starting quarterback of the Browns week 1 of next season, or he's on a different NFL roster?
Starting. Yeah.
For the Browns.
I don't think there's any world in which he's on another roster at this point. I mean, he's done enough to prove that he's a capable backup quarterback, right? Why would they get rid of him?
Because he just brings so much. I'm playing devil's advocate here. I think he should be the starting quarterback too. But if they do go with Deshaun Watson, do you really want the Shedeur Sanders circus coming with you? Do you want all that? Although I think he's popular with his teammates and the fans. But again, it all depends on Deshaun Watson. If Deshaun Watson is back, I think they probably should trade him because you don't want that sort of distraction. Your focus should be on Deshaun Watson. But if Deshaun Watson's not coming back, yes, he should be the starter for the Cleveland Browns, for sure. And frankly, I don't know why you'd want Deshaun Watson to come back.
Well, you don't necessarily, but he's got $130 million still guaranteed.
By the way, did you see Jimmy Haslam cozying up to Prime over the weekend? Some video of that. That felt a little weird. Maybe it's just me. All right, is that it?
What do you mean?
I just think that they've talked a lot of crap about Shedeur. I think they've disrespected him on a lot of different levels. And then, here's Prime, so now I'm your best buddy, and I'm putting my arm around you, and isn't your kid doing well, and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I think Jimmy Haslam is such a creep and just such a odd duck in the whole thing. And what they did with the Deshaun Watson contract Put all the NFL teams in a sticky wicket and in a bad spot.
You have to invite one to dinner.
Okay.
Haslam, Deshaun Watson, or Aaron Rodgers. Who are you bringing in?
A-Rod, 10 out of 10. A-Rod would be a fascinating dinner guest.
Well, I'm asking him, though, because these are all three guys he's called
I'm inviting
scumbags.
Deshaun Watson because the after-dinner entertainment is going to be spectacular.
Whoa.
Check the box.
He's going to look at your wife and go, "You live with your masseuse?"
Okay. Next story, Dan.
All right, last one here, guys. Do you guys remember Quentin Jammer?
Yeah.
Of course.
Played forever for the Chargers. He actually finished his career here with the Denver Broncos in 2013. He was a backup cornerback for the Broncos. Played in 11 games for Denver. 2 more in the postseason, and he was a healthy scratch for Super Bowl 48. Did you guys happen to see what he tweeted yesterday?
Yeah, TMI. I mean, some things you don't have to tweet.
Yeah, wishing everybody a Merry Christmas.
It was not that.
Need a little attention.
Did you guys see it?
Yeah.
He said, true story. In 2011, I played completely bleep-faced drunk in at least 8 games. So I'm just more curious from your guys' experience. You don't have to name names here, but is this more of a common occurrence than us in the media or fans realize? Like, are players playing in games drunk more than we know?
I do think drunk is not common, but I know lots of guys that played high. Lots of guys.
Somebody asked him if he remembers.
Marshawn Lynch said to Peyton Manning that he took a shot of something.
Hennessy.
Yeah.
Hennessy, right.
Well, what's the what was the one pitcher that threw the perfect game? That
Ferguson Jenkins was.
No, but the guy threw a perfect
David Wells was hungover.
And he mentioned that he was on acid the whole game.
Yeah, gosh darn it. Wasn't Ferguson Jenkins? No. Gosh.
Younger than that, more modern than that.
I know who you're talking about.
Like in the 80s, I think.
And Wells threw a perfect game hungover, but not.
Well,
No, I know who you're talking about. Gosh darn it, I'm forgetting his name. But something like that, yeah. So guys who are high, you're playing with guys who are stoned?
Yeah.
Okay. He says he doesn't remember playing those games at all. Somebody asked him, like, how'd you play? He's like, I don't remember, but the tape, I looked fine. What?
It's good. It's good muscle memory, isn't it?
Yeah, he just needs a little attention.
You think that's what that is
Ellis.
right there?
Yeah.
Doc Ellis, that's right.
A no-hitter.
That's right. For Pittsburgh, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Against
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
For Pittsburgh against the Dodgers.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, he was on LSD.
Yeah, that's right. By the way, the college football thing's pretty funny. Let me play a couple clips for you about college football. Here's Kenny Dillingham. Did Sam Levitt announce, Tyler, that he's going somewhere else? Did he already?
No, I don't think he's announced it, but I saw Kenny Dillingham answered questions about him leaving, and basically it sounded like he was resigned to it. And he said, we'll have a good quarterback no matter who it's going to be.
Who the quarterback was great 2 years ago, was hurt most of last year, right?
Sam Levitt? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, Sam Levitt was.
Levitt was
the year before when they went to like the Final Four in the playoffs, right?
They came this close to beating Texas in the CFP, yeah.
And then he was hurt most of last year.
Enough. Jeff Sims came in and played okay. But Levitt, listen, man, if you got aspirations of the NFL, are you going to have your best shot of getting noticed playing at ASU? Probably not. So
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, I don't think it matters at all. Yeah. ASU, that's plenty good enough program.
Well, Jaden Daniels went to LSU. What can I tell you? So Jaden Daniels decided to give up being a 4-year starter at ASU to go to LSU and ended up winning the Heisman Trophy and was a top 5 pick. So my guess is Levitt is trying to copy that.
Was that NIL or not NIL? I honestly don't remember.
It was a combination of kind of everything. You know, it was everything. It was all of that.
It's like Bo Nix doing his thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, Bo Nix, they weren't running the offense that was going to be ideal for him to go to the NFL. So after he could have stayed at Auburn, no problem.
But I don't think it had anything to do with the NIL.
You know, you're going to make money wherever you go for some of these guys.
Were they paying them like they were?
Probably not.
3 years ago?
But I do think some of these decisions are made about what's the best. Not only is there money involved, but, you know, what will get you best prepared for the next step.
Here's what you're going to have happen. We see it in the NFL once in a while. How many times we see guys miss games in contract disputes?
Mm-hmm.
Wait for that to happen in college if it isn't already.
Well, I'll make the argument it's already happened with guys just skipping out on bowl games because, you know, they don't want to risk
but that's bowl game. I'm talking about guys in the middle of the season.
I think it's already happened. I think there was that kid at UNLV.
You know who did that? it wasn't necessarily a contract dispute, but Nick Bosa, he like didn't play half his final year because he's like, it's just not worth it.
Well, let me play. Well, let me
Was
play.
that Nick or Joey? I forget.
Let me play Dillingham, and then I'll play Ed Ogeron for you. But here's Dillingham.
We've created a mess. Point blank. The whole industry is a mess, right? The only thing that's not a mess is the dollar signs. Those are still pointing up. Everything else is a mess. The dollar sign, the business of it, that's skyrocketing. Everything else is a mess. That's just being transparent and honest. There's not, other than the ratings, the dollars, the money involved, it's a mess. So this is just another piece of the mess.
Okay. Well,
there's your answer, though.
There's
your answer. Are people less intrigued? He's telling you, no, this thing is it's more powerful than it's ever been.
All right, and this is funny from Ed Ogeron.
This is
all
great.
know that SEC was NIL before NIL.
Hey, you know,
I love that laugh.
Look at it. You know,
we're way past it. Can we now just admit it?
It's all good. Hey, you know what? I say, hey, coach, you know, you've been out of coaching for a while, and how are you going to adjust that NIL? I said, well, it's a minor adjustment. And they said, what do you mean? I said, back then, we used to walk through the back door of the cash. Now we just got to walk through the front door of the cash.
That's unbelievable.
That's great, though.
This guy's a caricature. I mean, that dude is fantastic.
That guy needs to be in college football.
That dude needs to be an announcer or something.
That dude is telling the truth. It's PhD.
He just full on admitted it.
It's our keyword is Pearson. And we'll have our winner here in about 15. All right. Hey, reminder, tune in for the Avs tonight, live from Nashville. Coverage on 92.5. Starts at 7 p.m. So despite the fact Nashville's in the central time zone, we're going with a 7 p.m. pregame. Puck drop, by the way, won't go down till like 7:50 or something. And that's right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Powered by Ramos Law. He's a medical doctor and an attorney, which is awesome. The Rockies had a little news. You guys catch what the Rockies did yesterday?
What happened?
I was going to ask you.
Yes. I actually really
There
like
was
this
some
move.
baseball news, though. There was some big baseball news I was going to ask you
There's
about.
been the Dodgers got Edwin Diaz, which is unbelievable. So, they just get better. What the Rockies did is they picked up the assistant pitching coach for the Marlins. His name is Elon Leishman. He is from Israel. He pitched for Israel in the Olympics a few years ago, and he's one of these innovative, analytic, smarty pants guys. They're going to call the pitches from the dugout this year. The Marlins were one of the few teams that actually called the pitches from the dugout, although calling pitches from the dugout is very common in all levels of baseball except for the major league level. Very, very common. In fact, I would say 95% of places do that except for Major League Baseball. But if you want to just talk about the Rockies doing something in a different direction, this is it. And he speaks fluent Spanish. And
so how do you shake it off? Do you look to the dugout and shake it off?
You don't shake it off.
Oh, come on.
Oh, you have a plan of why you're throwing.
Pitchers have no autonomy?
I'm sure you have some, but not a lot. And certainly a lot less than when the catchers are just calling it. There is going to be a definitive game plan about what we're doing and how we're doing it in situations, and there's going to be specific reasons why. We're taking some guesswork out of things by doing this, but I like it because the other way certainly hasn't worked. Also, to find out that he speaks fluent Spanish means you're going to be able to communicate better with your most important position group. And it does make me more aware than ever, although I wasn't for the Warren Schaefer thing. Warren Schaefer is a figurehead, boys. I mean, he is there just to bring out the lineup card. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is a plan about how they're doing stuff. And he is just a good dude.
Put out fires in the locker room here and there, maybe.
I don't know how the players would even take Warren Schaefer seriously, Scott, in terms of, I've got this, I got that. I think he is simply there to just really do the logistics and be a good guy and maybe somebody the guys can talk to. There is going to be a plan. And this Schleichman guy is essentially calling the defense or the pitching. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's going to run the entire game. Schaefer's going to have nothing to do with it. He won't have anything to do with the pitching rotation, who's coming in. They'll have a plan literally for all of it. And it's clear that that's what DePodesta is going to do.
Well, and they also have hired, I don't think we've mentioned the
Josh Burns, GM.
Dude from the Dodgers, right?
Yep. And so
what'd you think of that hire?
I thought it was good. I think it's a solid hire. So I'm a little bit less grumpy about the Warren Schaefer thing because of this move with Leishman right here. Because I see what the plan is. And I gave Warren Schaefer too much credit for being a hands-on guy. He's clearly just a figurehead, and if you just like him, you like him, and whatever. He'll speak to the media. He'll be a nice guy around. Everybody seems to like him, but he literally will have nothing to do with what really happens with this team, aside from just being the figurehead. And that's what they'll do. And by the way, this is the movie Moneyball. This is exactly what Moneyball was, if you remember the movie. And they're doing it.
Don't tell Art Howe that, but yeah.
Well, and Art Howe says he was bizarrely misrepresented, but the overall thinking is we're going to have a plan as an organization, and this is what we're going to do. And finding out they hired this Leishman guy, and they're going to call pitches from the dugout, that's next level, guys. You realize that, right? That's the most powerful. They just hired the most powerful guy on game day. They just did. His name's not Warren Schaefer. It's Elon Leishman. So, I mean, don't have any expectations. If they have a 19-game improvement, they'll still lose 100 games. But that happened yesterday. And yes, there's all sorts of baseball news going on. And the Rockies did fire all three of their first basemen, by the way.
Well, Craig on the text line would like to say that that's exciting. because the Marlins have been so great lately.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, what can I tell you? It's a different approach, and weren't we looking for different approaches? Yeah, okay, fine. Listen, I am not here to blow up the Rockies and say great things about them.
No, I mean, I think it's interesting. So, I mean, obviously what happens is the dude calling the pitches, what's his name?
Elon Leishman.
Elon's got a spreadsheet. And
Yes.
and he's got every batter that's coming up, and he's got what they're good at, what they're bad at.
It's all
He's
that.
got the tendencies. He's got whatever. He's got a spreadsheet. What my question would be, do you lose the nuance of what the pitcher is throwing well that day? You know, when you're just calling off of a spreadsheet, do you lose the nuance of how my arm is working today?
That's a great question. We'll see. That's a great question, though. How do you manage it in different situations? I don't know. It'd be fascinating to talk to him about it. But again, even if they improve massively, they're still going to lose 100 games this year. But that's a slight adjustment. So there you go.
Has any team ever lost 4 straight 100-game seasons?
Oh, sure. I don't. Well, all right. I don't know for a fact, Scott, but I bet if you look it up, you can find some real stinkers in there. The Royals may be one of them. The Astros may be one of them. I mean, you know, there have been some bad teams out there over the years, and the Rockies certainly. It'd be shocking if they didn't win. If they didn't lose 100 games this year, it'd be one hell of an accomplishment. So there's that. Want to announce the winner for our Avs tickets? That's Colton Klein. Way to go, Colton Klein. And Dan, he gets the bobblehead too. All of that. He gets the sack bobblehead. He gets the tickets for the Panthers game. And Nate and Andy will have more tickets coming up.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
2 teams, the Washington Senators / Texas Rangers franchise. Well, actually, it's just one team. Washington Senators / Texas Rangers, 61 through whatever, 60, 61. They lost four straight, 61 to 64, 4 straight 100-game seasons.
Mm-hmm.
So they could tie a record from 1964.
Wait, hold on. Are you telling me
my AI says that no MLB team has ever lost 100 or more games in 4 straight seasons?
Is that right? Okay.
Well, this says 100-loss season in MLB history. Washington Senators / Texas Rangers with a remarkable 4 straight 100-loss season from 61 through 64.
And that's it.
Yeah. Now,
I could have sworn there were more than that. Now, you understand for a long time there were only 154 games, right? Like it hasn't always been 162 games.
Well, by 61,
6 games or 8
61,
games that big of a difference?
Well, that's 8 games.
61 was Mantle and Maris, so they were playing the extra games because that was the asterisk on Maris.
Well, I don't know when 162 started. That's a good question. Maybe Nate knows off the top of his head.
Well,
That'd be a hell of a get if he
61
did.
was why Maris had the asterisk. So that was the start of the 100 loss season.
Well, let's make history, boys.
They lost 100, 101, 106, and 100 in 4 straight years, 61 through 64.
So the Rockies
could tie it and win it in 2 years.
All right. Well, here we go. I don't know how they don't lose 100 games, but they'll be calling pitches from the dugout. So we'll see how that goes.
What AI do you use?
Well, whatever's on the Google machine.
Oh.
Phillip Rivers will have what kind of career with the Colts?
Unforgettable.
I mean, I'm not expecting anything.
Will they make the playoffs with Phillip Rivers?
What's their situation? Could they lose 1 more, 2 more? Do you know?
I believe they're looking at, I think the Jags lead the division, and I believe they're a game behind the Jags, maybe something like that. I mean, they're certainly in wild card contention, no doubt about it.
Nate Kreckman's got to know the answer to that. That's what Nate was born for.
Just random facts off the top of his head.
I have the standing. I in fact had the standings open on my computer as I flipped open my laptop.
I'll tell you this.
There you go.
If Phillip Rivers plays this weekend, he's not beating the Seahawks.
Jags are 9-4.
How about
Colts
that
are
road
8-5.
game at Seattle for 44-year-old Phillip Rivers?
Wait.
My favorite part too about that story was it was like he looked impressive in his tryout, and he's been in communication with Shane Steichen There is some concern about whether he is in football game shape at age 44.
And I always laugh at that, Nate, because they're like, just wait a week and then everything's going to be fine.
Right, yeah.
Because a week of conditioning is going to solve that problem.
For a 44-year-old man, he will, if he was 24, I would say, well, he's probably not going to be in perfect football shape, but you can do a lot in a week. At 44, no, that dude needs...
He needs some TRT. He needs about 6 months.
Wait, you think he'll play this? I thought they were going to bring him in, and you think he'll play this
who's
week?
going this week?
If Riley Leonard is hurt.
Sure, anybody.
If Riley Leonard is hurt, then yeah, I think he could play this week.
I would just go with him.
This has a Warren Beatty heaven can wait feeling about to happen.
Guess what they
when
got?
he starts.
Guess what they got the next week? They got the 49ers.
Yeah, the
Guess
schedule's
what they got
brutal.
the week after that?
Yeah,
the
so
Jags.
the answer is no.
Week
they're not.
after that, they got the Texans.
Yeah, brutal schedule down the stretch for the Colts. Yeah, go get him, Phil.
So you think he'll play this week?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying if Riley Leonard is still
hurt,
then I think he's probably a better option than Brett Rippon.
It's KKSE FMHD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. That'd be unbelievable if he played this week.
Be awesome.
What does a week's time do? Like, seriously. I actually don't even get that. Literally, what does a week's time do?
You sit around the meat locker and let Rocky bounce your ribs a little bit so you get used to the pounding.
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe it doesn't matter. I don't know.
2 movie references right there.
Nice job.
See if I can get a third before I get out of here.
Our NFL offense is not complicated?
Well, he says he knows the offense.
Well,
He's
he
been in
does.
the offense.
No,
he's best friends with Shane Steichen.
Yeah, Steichen.
They talk ball every single week, they say.
They work together for 6 years. Yeah, they're bros.
They said throughout the year that they talk every single week about ball.
Phil knows the system. He'll get in and he'll start winging it. He'll coach up everybody in the huddle.
Gosh darn it, that's not what I thought that play meant.
Gosh dang it. Dadgummit.
Well, Tyler asked a good question. He's in the semifinalists for the Hall of Fame.
He is.
Does that just now go away?
So the way that it works is if he's on the if he only stays on the practice squad, he's fine.
Even if he plays in games, if he bounces back and forth.
If he signs to the active roster, if he's on the 53, then his clock resets.
Right.
Even if he plays in one game.
Yes. As soon as he's on the active roster, he didn't even have to step on the field.
Okay.
If he stays on the practice squad, though, and never gets elevated, then he's still right on his Hall of Fame track right now.
All right, because what was our guy? What's our old guy?
Bill.
Tight end.
Fred. What's
89.
Your question?
Mercedes
Daniel
Lewis.
Graham.
Thank you.
Yes, we got there.
He was on the practice squad, on the team.
Yes.
On the practice squad, on the team. And just recently they put him, because they ran out of elevations for him.
Yeah, they hung on to him.
Now he's just on the team.
Did you realize he played one more snap than Evan Ingram did against the Raiders on Sunday?
That's
Really?
a great stat.
Yeah.
That's a fun stat right there.
Yeah, which goes to show you that their full commitment to we're just going to load up with tight ends and we're gonna try and beat you with jumbo packages.
It shows you that they don't think Evan Ingram can block at all.
Which is quite evident in the way they've coached this thing. This was our fun little, kind of silly topic yesterday. Who catches a touchdown pass first? Mercedes Lewis or Frank Crum?
Well, we did attempt one to Garrett Bowles earlier in the year.
It didn't work.
It should have worked.
By the way, did you see the graphic his wife made on Twitter?
Yeah.
For his all pro campaign?
I got to give her credit. She's got pretty decent humor making fun of her husband.
Very funny.
Yeah,
very funny. It was Garrett Bowles laying face down on the turf.
Do you know what that was from? It was that I can't remember the game or whatever, but it was an interception, and Garrett's chasing a defensive back, and he's like 5 yards away. It's like, maybe if I Superman this thing, I'm going to get to this guy.
Right. It didn't quite happen for him. I thought that was very funny. Garrett Bowles is a truly great NFL story.
Yep.
He really is. This is a guy that his first 3 years in the league, we were like, this is Bustola like you wouldn't believe. This guy is a nightmare.
He's the one guy that you could say COVID changed the direction of his career.
Look, Garrett Bowles.
COVID came,
interesting.
They stopped calling all the holdings that 1 year.
Right.
And all of a sudden he also
crowd
elevated
noise.
to I think he made a Pro Bowl that year. And then all of a sudden now
Wow. I hadn't even made that connection, but no, undoubtedly that's a huge factor.
Yeah.
No, you're absolutely right about that. That's a great point.
So Ryan Clady is hands down the most talented left tackle that's ever played for this organization. Hands down.
Homegrown.
Homegrown. Okay, I mean, I would make the argument of anybody, but
Over
fine.
Zim?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. But Ryan's career got derailed, and he had the injuries towards the end of it, right?
Yeah.
Garrett Bowles is going to have the longevity that he's going to have a fair argument as going down as the greatest left tackle in franchise history.
Well, he's going down right now as a future Ring of Famer at the least.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say he's on that path
Ryan
right
Clady
now.
needs to make the Ring of Fame. I hope that happens. I hope that happens. But I think people forget.
He was unbelievable.
That dude's rookie season, that was the most dominated rookie season I've ever seen from an offensive lineman, ever.
Well, and Ryan Harris that same year was phenomenal on the right side.
Dude, I was the swing. So Brian Clady and I were the same class, right? So Ryan's first rounder, I'm undrafted. I make the team. I'm the swing tackle, which means if either Ryan Clady or Ryan Harris get hurt, I'm the first man in, right tackle or left tackle. Those two dudes didn't so much as lose a shoe. Yeah. They didn't stub their toe. They didn't roll their ankle. They didn't miss a single snap the entire year.
And I think between them had a half or maybe one sack given up the entire year.
It was something like that.
It was something stupid. And then all of a sudden Clady tears the patella tendon by playing basketball. Ryan Harris gets a compound dislocation of a toe.
Right.
And it kind of helped derail both of them a little bit.
Yep.
Clady was, how many years did he play with Peyton Manning?
I think all of them, because he was
2015, he was hurt.
He was technically on our Super Bowl team.
Yeah, he was
but
just
he was
injured.
on the IR.
Exactly.
So I think all of them.
So he was there for a very good era of Bronco football. Yeah, he's a Ring of Fame. He's in the conversation. There's a good conversation to be had right there. You're absolutely right about that. The guy was an unbelievable football player. That was one of those guys where, like, in one-on-one pass rush drills, where you would just be like, I want to watch him for a minute.
Dude, he had go gadget arms.
Yeah.
Like those arms, guys are, it's like when your big brother's got his hand on your forehead and you're trying to reach and punch him and you can't get within 12 inches of him. That's what Ryan Clady was like.
The Statue of Liberty play against Oklahoma at Boise State, he erased two dudes on that play, just like completely and cleared the way for that touchdown too. Like he's got a really good resume. He'll never make the Hall of Fame. It's just really hard for linemen, and unfortunately, injuries kind of derailed his career. But you're right about that. He's an all-time great.
About two other names for Ring of Fame. I don't know why I just made me think about it, because I don't think they're on. And if they're on there already, then I'm sorry. Al Wilson, he a Ring of Famer?
He's so beloved by a generation of Bronco fans. Like Andy's not here today. Thankfully for his own voice, but like bring up Al Wilson to Andy, and he just he
was phenomenal.
Yeah, excellent player. Absolutely.
But is he a Ring of Famer?
I think in the minds of a lot of Broncos fans, they would probably say yes. He's one of the great middle linebackers in franchise history. Yes.
Another guy, and homegrown, Trevor Pryce.
Ooh, isn't the knock on Trevor always, if he had only loved football, how great he could have been?
Maybe.
Is that what it was?
Because he was, the guys that played with him were just like, he was a freak.
Do you know that guy would go to practice wearing Chuck Taylors?
I wouldn't doubt it.
I'm dead serious.
Why not? Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Those by the way are that's one of those shoes. Anytime I see another adult wearing Chuck Taylors at this age right now, I'm just like, I don't know how your feet do it. Good on you.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, you number one, you look stylish, and number two, your feet probably hurt like hell. Mm-hmm. How did NBA players for
Back
generations play in those things?
You didn't know any better. I grew up until, gosh, I want to say ninth grade year was Chuck Taylor.
Sure.
And now I've got a couple pair because now they're a fashion
right
icon. I'll wear them like to do a game or something. I'll come back, my feet are killing me.
Yeah.
Just walking to the arena and back. and I'm like, oh my God, this is the worst shoe that's ever made.
Do you know I've got some dress Chuck Taylors? They're suede. I've got suede Chuck Taylors.
I have leather waterproofs Chuck Taylors.
Yeah, buddy. Get yourself some dress Chucks.
The only way I could rock Chucks is if I had like a pair of orthotics, like a real solid arch support that I could put in them, which would then, like, I would lose all cool points by having done that. Also, I don't even know if those things would fit in Chuck Taylors.
Probably not.
Like if you took like a Birkenstock arch support or something like that and stuck it inside a Chuck Taylor, would my foot even fit in there? These are my issues that I have. As again, this is where I'm thinking about Phillip Rivers of like, you're 44. How are you going to start wearing football cleats now? There's no way your feet can take that. I'm concerned about the man.
So you're flying solo today, huh?
I am. Yes, it's me and Spring. We're gonna be with you here today.
So you're flying solo today
until 6 o'clock. Hey, Spring's got takes for days. They're not good, but they're takes, and we welcome them all the time here on the show.
Do you know?
Wait, you said my takes aren't good?
He had 91 sacks. Trevor Price had 91 sacks in his 14-year career.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Yeah,
64 of them in his 9 years with Denver. As an inside guy,
really good player.
Pretty good.
Yeah, probably should get more consideration.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody ever mentions him.
If you're looking flat out at the numbers. Good call.
Oh.
What did you guys? Did you guys enjoy Monday Night Football last night?
Yeah.
I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah.
I was massively entertained. I'm not saying it was the greatest, like the most well-played, smoothest football game I've ever seen, but on the one side, we had a quarterback with a broken hand getting sacked 7 times, pressured 13. I mean, hurried constantly in that game. The pressure rate was what? It was like over 70% that the Eagles were throwing at him.
And you don't think Vic knew he was hurt?
That guy figured out how to win that game.
Yeah. That's why it was so entertaining to me. I love watching a player fight through something.
Right.
And when you've got a quarterback fighting through significant pain like that and getting banged up and taking big hits and grabbing his wrist and all, yeah, that was great.
And not even just that, but like his teammates, I tweeted this last night, like outside of Cameron Dicker, like who was good? Defensively, like, yeah, a lot of guys played well. Offensively, you're watching guys run into each other. It's like your quarterback has a broken hand. Don't do that to him. Those tackles can't block anybody, and yet somehow that team managed to win that game.
And for the record, Herbert didn't play particularly good either. I mean, he ran the ball well, but throwing it, he was struggling.
He was under siege.
He had a big run for a first down late.
Had a big time.
He looked like a sack.
Stiff arming with his left hand. You're like, what the hell is this guy doing right now?
It shows you how that gorilla tape, how good it is.
Jalen Hurts threw an interception and had a fumble on the same play, which I thought was funny because they were like, well, at least like this is the first time this has ever happened since 1978. And all that, I figured out later what that meant was it's just because the data only went back to 1978.
Oh, okay.
It's never actually happened before, at least in like tracked, recorded history of the NFL, that somebody has essentially turned the ball over twice on the same play, threw an interception and had a fumble on the same play.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a wild situation for sure.
It was awesome. It was a great football game.
Are you nervous about the Chargers?
I think I'm gonna make a point.
Scott, you're walking out. You don't get to talk anymore. You're done.
I can't say that, Scotty, because I was looking at something today. There's 3 teams in the AFC that, to me, are the Spider-Man meme. That are all looking at each other, pointing at each other right now.
No, you.
Yes, exactly. And here's the funny thing about it, okay? A little bit of symmetry for you. I wrote these 3 teams down as the Broncos, the Chargers, and the Texans. Okay?
Definitely the Texans. Explain the Chargers.
Again, teams that are terrible offensively, but defensively can absolutely get after you and are going to win games on the defensive side of the ball. And if you look at it like by just points allowed, they're all right in the same neighborhood. They're very much the same kind of team. Now, the Chargers have had more stinkers, so their point differential is not as good as Denver's, is not as good as Houston's. They have like 3 multiple score losses. But there's so many similarities in the way that these teams are currently playing, offensively flawed at best, defensively really, really good. I would certainly say Houston and Denver's defense are in a league above the Chargers' defense. But here's the other funny thing about these three teams. Here's their three head coaches, Tyler. Sean Payton, Jim Harbaugh, DeMeco Ryans. What do those three have in common? Those were the three guys the Broncos tried to hire.
Okay, you're right.
Yes.
Yeah, and Sean Payton was number 3 on the list.
He was number 3.
DeMeco was 1, right?
No, Harbaugh was 1. Harbaugh was 1. DeMeco was 2.
Yeah.
And Sean was number 3 on the list.
Wow, that's fascinating.
Which, like, all three of those teams
have all built a very similar identity.
They really have. In a lot of ways. Now, the Chargers, I don't think their identity is necessarily supposed to be that.
No, they got a Ferrari at their QB position.
But the 2 tackle injuries have just limited what they can be offensively so much. Like, Herbert's just under siege every single week. And so Jesse Minter and that defense are kind of carrying that thing, and that unit's pretty damn good. Now, I would say the Chargers, their secondary is really, I think that Chargers secondary is really good. And especially led by Derwin James. Their pass rush isn't necessarily as good as Denver or Houston's, but I think that's a pretty damn good defense.
Yeah. See, I think you're leading down the same path. Like, you respect the heck out of the Chargers, I think, right?
I do.
Yeah, me too. I'm worried about the last 4 games. I'm not saying, like, look. The Broncos probably should beat all of the teams that are remaining. Except for Vegas thinks that the Packers should win this weekend, which is fascinating. A home game, and we are not favorites. They probably should win all of them. Could the Packers beat the Broncos?
Sure.
Could the Jaguars beat the Broncos?
Sure.
The Chiefs, Chargers? Yeah. Like, this is a hell of a stretch that the Broncos have coming up here. How many can they drop? 1? Can they drop 1?
They could go, well.
Because the Patriots schedule's
Here's
the
the
opposite.
funny thing. If they're going to drop 1, do it this week. Do it against the Packers because it's an NFC game.
Okay.
And that way, if both you and the Patriots go 3-1 down the stretch, you maintain that conference record tiebreak.
Good point.
Yeah. If you're going to drop one of those games.
Yeah, good point.
So, because the Patriots' last 4 games are all against AFC opponents.
And I could go either way, quite frankly, on if it's a good or bad thing if the Broncos lost a game. Like, do you want to win 14 straight going into the playoffs and not have had a wake-up call? Or is it a good thing to have one wake-up call before you get to the playoffs? I can go either way on it. I guess I'd prefer to win them all, but
winning football games is good.
Winning football games is better.
Yeah,
that's for the best.
And winning football games gives you the best chance at a 1 seed, which is gives you the best path to going to the AFC Championship and the Super Bowl.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So win every game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you do lose, it's not the worst thing in the world. And if you are going to lose, I'm with you. You convince me this is the weekend for it to happen.
Yes. How many Packers?
Wow, Nate's rooting for the Broncos to lose this weekend.
How many Packers fans are going to be at Mile High on Sunday?
Great question.
They show out.
Yeah. Is it different because of the success we're having? Like, well, I think Broncos fans will want to show up for this, right? You got season tickets. You're not going to this one?
You were there. I was there in 2015 when the Broncos played the Packers. That was a 7-0 Bronco team, an undefeated Packer team going into that game. That was as big a game as there could possibly be. And I don't know, there were 25, 30,000 Packer fans there.
And if you're a season ticket holder, unless you're a millionaire, you're probably pushing your limits on financially, whether you can afford this thing or not. There's probably 2 or 3 games per year that you're like, I need to sell these tickets just to make sense out of it.
You got to pay for those Burnham Yards PSLs in 5 years.
Right. Oh, no PSLs.
No?
We're not taking public money.
No, personal seat licenses.
I thought that came from public. Maybe I'm just a dummy. What?
A personal seat license means if you want to be a Broncos season ticket holder, you have got to plunk down a giant chunk of coin up front.
A retainer.
To then have the right to be able to purchase your seats. And if you're lucky, you might get a refund in like 2070 or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
That's hard.
Yeah, that whole like, we're not taking taxpayer money. No, the consumer will be paying for this beautiful new facility.
Got it.
Which that's the way it works everywhere in the NFL. It doesn't make the Broncos bad guys. It's just if you want to go to Broncos games, you're going to have to pay essentially the cost of a BMW to be able to buy your tickets.
Hey, Spring, keep this guy in line, all right?
We'll do our best. Me and Mark
No
Springer
chance.
going with you today until 6 o'clock. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We've got Avs tickets for you. Chad Brown coming up at 4 o'clock. Power rankings at 20 minutes after 4 today. That's right, power rankings. How high did the Broncos climb after a road victory at Vegas against the Raiders? We'll talk about that today on the show. It's me, it's Spring, it's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You are tuned in to an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're giving away tickets to see the Avalanche host the Panthers on Thursday. And hey, special bonus, the Cup Classic Joe Sakic bobblehead. That's right, you're going to win tickets to the game plus the Cup Classic Joe Sakic bobblehead. You text the keyword beret. You text the keyword beret to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name to be entered. Limited ticket packages remain for the Panthers game with the Sakic bobblehead. To purchase, visit coloradoavalanche.com/Cup Classic to win the tickets and bobblehead. Text beret as in Pavel. B-U-R-E.
Not that hat that the French wear, okay?
not a beret. A bourrée. Yes, as
Pavel
in
Bure.
Yes, as in Pavel Bure. Mm-hmm.
Are you saying boo or bourrée?
Or is it Valeri Bure? Who, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that the one that's married to Candace Cameron of Full House fame?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And assorted different Hallmark Christmas movies. Beret.
Yeah.
Anyway, pick your beret of choice. Text beret with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry and the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. We'll announce our winner today at 5:55. Good luck to you. Yes, so take your beret of choice, whether it's Pavel or Valeri Bure. Second chance drawing, by the way, at altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTix. The Avalanche will be in action tonight against the Nashville Predators with your pregame at 7 o'clock with Mark Bertinoli and the puck dropping at 7:30. Plus Mark Springer will be between the pipes tonight.
We're piping.
After the game. They're piping, and the hockey talk will be piping hot.
Damn right.
On Between the Pipes tonight. Make sure you tune in for the Avalanche live from Nashville. Coverage on 92.5 starts at 7 o'clock with the pregame show, which is powered by Ramos Law. Yeah, keep it rolling, Avalanche. Go and do this thing. By the way, just we should point out, the Avalanche do have the best offense and the best defense in the entire NHL.
Best goaltending?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
They're just the best of the best.
They really are.
If you're looking for the best, you know where to find them.
Just an absolute wagon
Scott
right now.
Wedgwood back tonight.
After back-to-back Blackwood starts.
Yes. And Wedgwood was out with a back. So we got Blackwood. Now we're back to Wedgwood because his back is better.
Not backwood, but Blackwood.
Yes.
Okay.
We're back to the other wood because his back is better. No more Blackwood.
It's too bad Andy's not here to get in on this story really quickly.
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah.
So NHL Deputy Commissioner Bill Daley said that if the league's players feel the quality of the ice at the Olympics in Milan is unsafe, then they're not going to play. As simple as that. Bill Daley told reporters at the NHL Board of Governors meeting on Monday. Although Daley told league owners that he did not believe construction issues with the Olympic ice hockey rink were insurmountable. So, Spring, I didn't know this. I have not been keeping up with the
I'm somewhat familiar with
Milan
what's going on
and
here.
Cortina Olympic venue construction, but I can tell you this: like, I'm not surprised by it in the least. This is the standard operating procedure for the Olympic Games. Like they're always behind schedule. It's almost like the Olympics are this gigantic grift and nobody seems to care about the well-being of the athletes.
They will build these stadiums, these arenas solely for Olympic purposes. And then when the Olympics are done, when the 2-week event is done, then like the arenas are abandoned.
They become like overgrown with weeds. Like, if you see like the pictures of like what like Sochi looks like, it's a freaking ghost town. It's so bizarre.
It's terrible. Wasn't the old Braves stadium, Turner Field, wasn't that an Olympic venue that then they then turned into, they just said now this is the Braves stadium or something like that.
And then they used it for like 15 years, and then they moved to like the north end of Atlanta.
Yeah, and they built a brand new stadium.
Yeah.
15 years later.
The main hockey arena in Milan is scheduled to be finished on February 2nd.
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
On February 2nd, the games, based on everything that NBC continues to tell me every single time I have that network on, that the games begin February 11th. You guys haven't exactly given yourselves a lot of runway for any construction snafus. And I'm sure when you're constructing a gigantic Olympic hockey arena, nothing could ever go wrong.
That sounds like me doing my homework.
The women's
and I
hockey,
didn't get A's on any of those assignments.
Spring, the women's hockey tournament begins 3 days, February 5th.
Oh, boy.
And then the men's tournament begins on February 11th.
So what I saw was that the ice, the rink, is going to be smaller than an NHL rink.
The Olympic arenas will feature 3 games a day for 3 weeks. Blah blah blah. Yes. Okay. So here to your point, the IIHF, International Ice Hockey Federation, acknowledged the 2 rinks in Milan would be about 3 feet shorter than a standard NHL rink.
How does that happen?
197 feet instead of 200 feet, which goes against the agreement that the NHL and the NHL Players Association signed with the IIHF in July. Bill Daly said the league found out about the skewed dimensions last week, and he was not sure how it happened. I was like, did somebody mess up the math on like the metric system conversion? What the hell happened?
And the international rink is it's traditionally larger than an NHL rink.
The Olympic sheet is bigger. This one apparently is smaller
than an NHL rink. So we're way smaller than it's supposed to be. And it's like, didn't they forgot to put a bullpen at the Giants, the San Francisco Giants ballpark? How does that happen? Like, oh, crap, we forgot a bullpen. Like, oh, crap, we screwed up the rink dimensions. Wait, it's 2025.
Apparently, the league did not notice the difference in several site visits because it wasn't anything, quote, perceptible to anybody. It's not like people bring tape measures there. But the NHL and the NHLPA are willing to look past that for now, though they will insist the rink for the 2030 Olympics in France is built to NHL standards. Quote, the Players Association has canvassed the players, and apparently they did not believe it to be a big issue, health and safety issue, or a competitive issue, close quote. Again, you're asking the hockey players who, like, they just want to go play. They have national pride on the line. They feel all of that. They just want to go play in the Olympics. So they're like, hey, by the way, the rink is 3 feet shorter. And they're like, what the hell do I care? So it's 1.5 feet shorter, like per end of the ice. What the hell do I care? I'm not even going to notice it. What's the big deal? I will say this, though, like I promise you, the front offices of these NHL clubs can't be thrilled about this.
Yeah, tighter quarters.
The Pittsburgh Penguins and Nashville Predators played games on a similar-sized rink last month at the Global Series in Sweden. The solution was to move the line so the missing ice was accounted for in the neutral zone rather than either offensive zone. That's actually smart. Daly said they did not receive any feedback from players after those games. Organizers have insisted... Oh, wow, they quoted John Elway on this one. There is no plan B for the Olympic hockey tournament to be held elsewhere if the rink is not ready. Daly said the NHL does not have a contingency plan yet if it decides the ice is not suitable. Saying, quote, I mean, it kind of is what it is. Having said that, if you're faced with that being the reality, then you have to think about what you do next, close quote. No matter what, the NHL, because of the schedule, is going to go dark for 2 weeks during the Olympic Games.
Well, if Andy was here, he'd be talking about
he'd be losing his mind.
He'd be talking about injury possibilities for McCarr, McKinnon, Landeskog.
You do have to have these concerns, and again, like the size of the rink. Honestly, I don't think that's that big of a deal.
Probably not.
The condition of the ice in an unfinished patched together crappy arena, how are you sure that you are going to get temperature control correctly? How are you sure that you have the infrastructure in place to have a sheet of ice that is of the quality to take care of the premier athletes on the planet at their sport, who, by the way, like unlike the bobsledders and the skeleton guys, God bless all of them, the speed skaters, but like these dudes are, they're organizations that have multi-million-dollar, tens of million-dollar investments in these athletes. You better not screw this up.
It's going to get played on at this rink, at this arena. That's what's going to happen. I did see Paul Bissonnette tweeted out, he was just like, play it in America. Like, if you want to grow the game, like you
have the arenas in place,
and
the
you
athletes
can
are
play it
here
in the North American time zone where you are trying to grow the game, where they would be live.
Yeah,
you could put those in prime time. Now it's not going to happen because Italy paid way too much money for this.
Yeah, the amount of corruption that is required to have the Olympic Games awarded to your country.
Yeah,
you can't just get past that red tape.
Yeah, but if you were just going to look at it from a logical perspective, you could just say, okay, yeah, we'll just play these games in North America.
Okay, here's the other side of this, okay? And this, again, this is what sucks for the athletes. All right? Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar. This is the best team they'll ever play on. This group of Avalanche that they are on right now, this is the best team that they will ever play on. Okay? You go to those athletes and you say, okay, there are substandard ice conditions. There's a substandard building that you have to go and play this in, and there is the chance that you are at a higher injury risk because of them being terrible at being able to meet construction deadline, and because of, again, the standard amount of wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Oh, what do you know? The construction project contract went to somebody who's best friends with the prime minister or whatever it may be. Like the way that those things work is so shoddy. And now you have to look at these athletes and say, I know national pride is on the line, and it is, it is one of your lifelong goals to add gold medals along with your Stanley Cup achievements and everything else like that in your athletic prime. Like, for those athletes, that is just a giant pile of suck. Because if you as a player, if McKinnon or Makar said, or anybody on Team Canada for that matter, I don't think it'd be that big of a deal here in the U.S., but if it happened in Canada, in the more hockey-mad nations, for an athlete to say, I'm sorry, I can't risk it. A chance at a Stanley Cup is too important for me right now for the Colorado Avalanche, and I don't want to risk it. I don't even want to take the chance that playing on bad ice I could potentially get hurt. And athletes, like, they're not wired to worry about injuries. They can't be worrying about that crap. But if you're looking at it and saying, I could potentially be putting an historic season, we could be passing the Boston Bruins for the greatest regular season record of all time, and I'm willing to put that on the line right now to potentially go and play on a substandard playing
it's
surface.
A factor. Like, they want to play. This means something to these players.
It means so much.
But let's not get it twisted. Winning a cup is more important. It is more important.
It's more important to you.
No, I think it's more important to them. I think talking, like, especially like a McKinnon and a Makar. And look, they just won gold at the Four Nations. That was a thing, and they accomplished that goal. Look at what the Avs are doing this season,
without a doubt, Spring. But
part of the reason they're doing what they're doing is because they want it so badly.
The Canadian national team, though, like it's the hardest hockey team in the world to make. It is an honor beyond, I think, what we can comprehend for those players to get the nod to go and play for that team.
Yes.
Like, it is so massive.
I don't know. I mean, I guess you'd have to ask the players which mattered to you more. My guess?
I mean, they committed to go play.
Of course.
What they have told you is this is extremely important to me. I could get 2 weeks off to go lay on a beach, but I want to go and I want to represent my nation. Like, it's what the players have told you with their commitment is this is extremely important to me.
But they're assuming that they won't get hurt.
But
that's like their baseline assumption.
Athletes don't think about things like that. But that's where, like, these organizations, this is where the Avalanche have to go to those players and be like, okay, like Bill Daly, NHL. Hell, if I'm the Avalanche, I'm just like, I'm sending somebody over there. I need to see this place. I need to get a look at this, and I need to do so with the blessing of my own players and have them say, like, I need to send somebody that I trust to go and take a look at this thing to tell me, is this a good idea? Am I listening to somebody that has my best interest at heart, or am I listening to somebody that has the International Olympic Committee and the IIHF's best interests at heart? Who am I trusting in this moment right here? That's what's so sticky about this whole thing. And if anything, my critique here is that these athletes are put in this position at all. This sucks because these guys are trying to do right by themselves. They're trying to do right by their country. They're trying to do right by their sport. They're trying to do right by the NHL, which clearly wants their players there, getting this notoriety. We saw what a big deal the Four Nations Cup was. The Olympics are an even bigger deal. So we get all of that, but how can you be sure that you're putting these guys in a situation where they're not going to go out there and catch an edge on some crappy ice and wreck their knee?
You would want to minimize the risk at every turn to every degree. And this is not that.
No.
This is not that. This increases the risk. Even if it's by 1%, the risk is still higher than it otherwise would have been. And look, we saw, and it ended up not affecting the outcome of last year's Stanley Cup playoffs, but Matthew Tkachuk got hurt.
Yep.
And he was able to return just in time for the playoffs, and then they did go on to win the cup. But that was on a more, regulated playing surface. The conditions were more pristine. So if they're not at 100%, if the conditions are not there, then okay, you got lucky last year with Tkachuk being able to go just before the playoffs. You're going to get lucky again this time around?
Like, God bless the biathlon guys, the cross-country skiers, etc. Like, again,
no, this is
their
marquee
Super Bowl
event.
Yeah, but for
we love the figure skating.
But for an ice hockey player, this is, like, these guys have massive contracts elsewhere, massive commitments elsewhere. We're giving away tickets to see the Avalanche and the Panthers on Thursday on good ice over there at Ball Arena. Text the keyword Bure. Bure, B-U-R-E, as in Pavel, to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. Limited packages remain for the Panthers game with the Sakic bobblehead, so get in on it, but you can text in right now, Bure, B-U-R-E, to 303-504-0925. Avs Ticket Tuesday is powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center, and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good hockey yelling, everybody. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Talk to Chad Brown coming up at 4 o'clock. By the way, Chad doing national radio for Broncos Packers for Compass Radio coming up on Sunday. So we'll dive into a little preview on that matchup, as well as talk about the college football playoff field, and naturally get his thoughts on this Broncos 10-game win streak as they now enter, the good part of the schedule, the fun part of the schedule, the 4 winning team. Well, the 3 winning teams and the Chiefs that remain on the schedule.
You know what's funny is that Commanders game.
Yeah.
Like when you looked at that at the start of the season,
we thought
you were like, "Oh,
big
Jaden
one."
Daniels,"
Right.
And it turned out to. See, I say that, and it actually turned out to be a great game.
Great game.
But
same with the Bengals game. You didn't have to go up against Burrow.
Yeah.
So that game, the complexion of that game changed greatly. But by the time you actually got to go and play that
Texans game turned into Davis Mills.
C.J. Stroud slides late, gets hurt early on in that game, and you saw Davis Mills most of it. And again, that's another fourth quarter field goal game that the Broncos played in.
Cowboys defense did get better. Like they add Quinnen Williams. The inside linebacker Overshone came off of IR. He's a good player. Now, we saw the Lions just put up 1 million points on him, but nonetheless, the Cowboys defense did get a little better post-Broncos game.
That was also one of Dak's worst games of the season. The Broncos got after him pretty good that day.
Sure.
Yeah. So
but that's just it. The Broncos defense is excellent.
So I'm looking right now, updated Super Bowl championship odds. This is to win the Super Bowl, not get to the Super Bowl, to win the Super Bowl. All right? This is BetMGM.
Okay.
Rams are heavy favorites at plus 375.
Most complete team. I get it.
Seattle at plus 750.
Yep, that's what it had been, is Seattle number 2.
Green Bay third at 8-1.
Okay.
Buffalo next at plus 850. Denver and New England, the top 2 seeds in the AFC currently, both at plus 1,000, so 10-1 on both Denver and New England. Philadelphia falls to 11-1 with last night's defeat. Houston, which has caught fire with a healthy C.J. Stroud, is up to 15-1. Detroit, Jacksonville, both at 20-1. This is to win the Super Bowl. So in terms of the way the odds makers are viewing it to win it all, Rams the favorite, Seattle, Green Bay, so 3 NFC teams at the very top, Buffalo, and then Denver and New England, both at plus 1,000. So just taking a look at it, I mean, again, the odds have a tendency to favor offensive football.
Sure.
The Rams are scoring 29 points per game. Seattle is scoring 29.8 points per game. Buffalo is scoring 28.9 points per game. Green Bay, and actually, at least by points per game, kind of a rather pedestrian 24.8. And then Denver down at 23.7. New England's at 27. So the Broncos are the lowest scoring teams amongst the top 6 in the Super Bowl odds. It's going to have to be done, clearly, once again, as we know, with defense. And the Broncos will have to play low-scoring games. Now, here's the good news. R.J. Harvey just put up his best game in an NFL uniform. It was against the Raiders, but I really don't want to qualify it all that much because that was his biggest workload, and generally in terms of execution, like he did exactly what he had to do. Would things be better with J.K. Dobbins? Of course they would be. He's your number 1 back. But in terms of like how to win cold weather football games, the funny part is it's not going to be cold in the slightest bit coming up on Sunday against Green Bay. I think it's supposed to be like sunny in like high 40s, low 50s coming up on Sunday. But still, like at this time of year, you're supposed to be able to establish an identity with your run game, and the Broncos have that going for themselves right now. This Denver offense is never going to look explosive, but I don't know if there's a team that is as dialed in terms of exactly the way they have to win football games than the Broncos. Honestly, if I was going to circle another team on there, I'd probably say Seattle. Again, just in terms of like there's a very specific way that team has to win games. And if you look at the way that Seattle generally calls plays for Sam Darnold, it's a lot the same way that Sean Payton is running things for Bo Nix. It's, hey, man, don't beat us.
I cannot envision a world where the Seahawks win the Super Bowl. I suppose I can envision a world where they get there.
But okay, so Spring, I promise you right now, the Nate and Mark up in Seattle right now are saying the same thing about Denver.
But here's the difference. And look, Seattle has a good defense. Mike McDonald is a good defensive coach, former Ravens defensive coordinator. And, Jackson Smith and Jigba is better than anything the Broncos have on offense.
Undoubtedly.
Kenneth Walker, Zach Charbonnet, that's R.J. Harvey was encouraging, but it ain't that.
Rashid Shaheed has become a weapon. Yep.
Sure, good. They made the move at the deadline. Darnold's solid. He's very solid. Oh, no, it's a little... like
Darnold's playing very good game managing football right now for Seattle.
But my original point was, okay, it's all good. The Seahawks defense ain't the Broncos defense. It ain't even the Texans defense.
By EPA per play, Seattle is number 2 to Houston. Denver is number 6. I'm just looking at the nerd stats right now.
Okay.
Now, again, Denver...
All right, well, your nerd stats can nerd.
Denver has a 39.5% pressure rate on opposing quarterbacks. Seattle's is 39.9% this season.
I don't know. Is there a Nick Benito on that defense? Is there a Pat Surtain on that defense? Those are legit primetime weapons.
Undoubtedly.
That Denver has.
Undoubtedly. I'm telling you that defense...
I would give Green Bay, and I know the odds say that Seattle has a better chance. I would give Green Bay more of a chance than Seattle, even though the odds makers disagree.
So I think in many ways you're kind of illustrating a point right here. And that is this, okay? This is such a goofy year in the NFL.
Oh, when Phillip Rivers is playing, that's been the goofiest year.
A year where Mahomes, Burrow, and potentially Lamar are not going to be in the AFC playoff field.
Yeah.
Okay? A year where Josh Allen is the only one that's getting home.
Mm-hmm. And even that team's flawed.
You talk about feeling pressure, man. If you're the Bills, you got a chance to go into the postseason without any of your nemesis in this era of dominance that you have had in the AFC. You got to get it done this year. That's the way Buffalo is looking at it, and that's where it comes back to. And I made this point against about the Broncos over and over again. You have a chance to go in as a really high seed in the AFC, potentially a number 1 seed, and do so in a year where Mahomes isn't there, Burrow isn't there, maybe Lamar's not going to be there. Boy, it's kind of a long shot right now that Lamar is going to be there.
And even if he is, honestly, they blow big leads.
Yeah.
They are flawed as well.
But this is like in many ways, because first off, I think Drake May is on the way to being one of those dudes.
Appears that way.
So I fully expect, again, Mahomes, Allen, Jackson, Burrow, these are all guys that are in their air quotes prime right now. They all missing the playoffs again next year? Probably not. So if you're Denver and you have one of the best offensive lines you will ever have, you have as good a defense as you will ever have, and you've been able to load resources up on that side of the football with a quarterback on a rookie contract, this is a golden opportunity. But that's what's so funny about this is I say that about the Broncos. This is a golden opportunity for you to be able to do this. They will say the same thing in New England. Well, Drake May's on a rookie deal right now. In a couple of years, we're going to have to hand that guy $60 million a year. For Buffalo, it is, man, Allen is here without any of his arch rivals in this thing. We have got to get this thing done right now. I think they probably feel that pressure in Houston right now. At the moment, the way that they have started to play we got one of the best defenses we're ever going to have. Again, C.J. Stroud is still, he's starting to play a little bit better, but he's at the moment still cheap. That's the way that these teams are all looking at it. This is such a wild year, but every one of these organizations feels that pressure because all the great quarterbacks, their teams were down this year.
Yeah, this is a year where I look at defense.
Yeah.
Is Drake May looking pretty damn good? Yeah, but is he giving me Mahomes, Burrow, Allen vibes? Not necessarily.
I'd say,
or the greats of years past. Not necessarily. He's good. Don't get me wrong.
I'd say right now he's a rung on the ladder below those guys. I'm not sure he's going to stay on that rung for very long.
It's why right now, I wouldn't want to run into the Broncos defense. I wouldn't want to run into the Texans defense.
Nope. Nope. Those are the two best in the AFC. Honestly, man, like I think that Chargers defense is really, really
Chargers
good.
defense is very good.
It's hard to fear a
the
team
Chargers
that
are
is
so
without
interesting.
their two tackles.
If their tackles were healthy,
I know.
Then man,
I know.
they might be the favorites.
Got Hampton back, and he looked good last night. He when he got the football in his hands, had that big run in overtime. He looked good.
Because
Herbert, they have to charge
is
her,
a tick ahead of what's left right now, which is weird to say. I can't believe we're living in that world. But Herbert is playing pretty damn good football right now.
I mean, in all seriousness, if we're power ranking the current quarterbacks in the AFC playoff picture, okay, they're just of the 7 that are technically in playoff position right now.
I'd go Allen 1.
Allen 1, May 2.
I'd go Herbert 2.
Okay. I will take May over Justin Herbert right
Okay.
now, especially with a broken hand. But I would put Herbert 3. I'd probably put Stroud 4, Trevor Lawrence 5, Bo Nix 6, Aaron Rodgers 7.
The thing is, though, after the top 3, and I don't disagree,
There's not a huge.
Bo could fluctuate.
Yeah. There's not a huge
Bo
gap there.
could be 4. I don't disagree with you, but Bo gets a lot of even after the top 3.
Yeah, I think there's 3 elite, and then after that,
yeah. And then you combine, so then it could come down to C.J. Stroud, Bo Nix, which one of those two
stays healthy
just
for 60
plays
minutes,
well enough,
right?
Makes enough plays, is smart enough.
C.J. Stroud is playing better of late, without a
is.
doubt. He made some big-time third-down throws the other night against the Chiefs. Chad Brown coming up here in just a moment. We're going to preview Broncos Packers with Chad and get his thoughts on the current playoff conversation in college football. That's coming up next. Yeah, it's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Your next keyword is coming up at 4:20. Right now, it's Chad Brown time here on a Tuesday afternoon. We welcome in the All-Pro who, based on the game notes that I was looking at today, you will be calling Broncos Packers on Compass Media Networks on Sunday. Is that accurate information being reported to me?
You are correct in your information there. It's been a couple of good weeks for me. Last weekend was the Big Ten championship game, and now I get Broncos Packers. Yay for me.
You really can't beat the broadcast gig where you get to sleep in your own bed. It doesn't get much better than that, Chad.
This is true. Unfortunately, at this time of the year, I've already made my move to Arizona, so I do have to travel back for this one.
Oh, you're a snowbird. I did not know this about you.
Yes, I am 55 years old, Nate, so I do the thing that old people do. I go to someplace warm in the winter. So as I'm talking to you right now, I'm staring out of my back window looking at Camelback Mountain here in Scottsdale, Arizona.
Well, wait, does that mean that also that you go to dinner as soon as this interview is over because you got to catch the early bird?
I think that's probably closer to 65 when you catch the early bird special. So, in the words of Jerry Seinfeld, I'm not stuffing a steak down my throat at 4 p.m. just to save $4. That is correct.
Well, you got to be careful though, because that's how Morty Seinfeld ended up getting impeached from the board at Del Boca Vista. Got to be careful there, Chad. Chad, this Denver team right now, they've won 10 in a row. They are 11-2. You are prepping up for this broadcast, and this is a fun part of the season where the schedule turns and the Broncos are just playing good teams and the Chiefs the rest of the way this season. The schedule has kind of worked out a little bit for Denver, and we've talked about it on a week-in, week-out basis of like they're sneaking by and always kind of finding a way. What challenges does this game in particular against Green Bay give to this Broncos team that they have not been getting generally from what's been on their schedule?
Well, when 3 of your last 4 games are the Raiders twice, the Commanders, now, of course, in there was the Chiefs. That was a big game. But 3 of your last 4 have been pretty easy. And so now you're getting to the portion of the schedule here with the Packers and the Jags back-to-back weeks where you've got to start playing some of your best football. And it feels like a bit of a broken record to say they can't keep doing X because a good team will beat them. They can't keep doing Y because they'll lose in the playoffs. They continue to find ways to win. So maybe they are immune to traditional football wisdom, but you can't keep having 8 penalties a game. You can't hold on to your best football until the 4th or 5th quarter. Now, of course, against the Raiders this week, they were a bit more productive early. So they keep on defying conventional football wisdom. So I'm trying my best to at least limit, if not eliminate, the lexicon of you can't do this and still expect to win football games, because they find ways to do that every single week, particularly over the last 10 weeks.
Sean Payton has, in my mind, Chad, he has really like solved the riddle of, game planning for Bo Nix, working around his limitations and crafting a game plan that is built to be able to win games with our defense. And also, I think to win games with their special teams, which I think is also something that the Broncos really try to do. They've got, one of the best punt returners in the entire NFL. They have an outstanding kicker. Really, Crawshaw has had a wonderful season as a rookie punter. So the Broncos have just largely been playing field position football, and they're more than comfortable in these fourth quarter situations. On top of that, they seem to have found something with R.J. Harvey in the run game. As you've broken it down and gotten ready for this broadcast, what did Harvey show you last week? And do you feel like he's really ready to prepare and prepared to be able to handle this workload down the stretch against playoff teams?
I think running back is a position where you can be very good early, be very effective early in your career. You don't need tons of experience. So as long as you have the understanding of where to cut, when to cut, how close to follow your blocks, and therefore maximize every carry opportunity, then I think you can be good enough as long as the coach is willing to commit to it. As everybody knows, runs are far more effective in the fourth quarter than they are in the first quarter. So it takes a dedication from the play caller, and yes, I'm talking about you, Sean Payton, to make R.J. Harvey as successful as possible. But from a skill set standpoint, and to talk about R.J. Harvey particularly, his ability to, like I just talked about, maximize the yards, maximize those carries. We've seen Ashton Genty from the Raiders leave yards on the field with certain carries. R.J. Harvey seems to be able to maximize those. So he's got a good skill set and understanding. He clearly is well coached as well. So I think there's something there to be ridden into the future. And then as we get closer towards the playoffs, I'm expecting to see maybe a bit more of Bo Nix, not a ton, but a bit more of Bo Nix on planned runs. Let's start breaking open that part of the playbook. That's something you're probably going to need in the playoffs, but you don't want to wait until the playoffs to see that on tape. So get a couple of these, sprinkle them in 2 or 3 over the next couple of weeks. So Bo Nix is comfortable, so the offensive line is comfortable, so the receivers know who they're supposed to attack on these planned Bo Nix runs, and add that into this offense's arsenal as the playoffs come around.
Yeah, no, calling a 3rd and goal design run on a quarterback draw with Bo Nix, and I think they had 2 receivers split wide either side. It opened up. It was a really good call there by Sean Payton. You've you know tackle play very well because you spent a big chunk of your life trying to beat those guys. What has Garrett Bowles done, and why is he so good at this stage of his football life?
Consistency. And so when you watch Garrett Bowles this year versus watching him 2 years ago, 5 years ago, in his rookie year, just the level of consistency. Early on in his career, almost every pass set felt like a bit of an adventure. Which pass set was it going to be? Was it something that was going to give him best chances for success? Or was it going to be something where he was going to be forced to grab a hold on somebody? And more often than not, it was where he was forced to grab a hold. Now he's got such smooth technique, and more so than any other position, and clearly opposite of the running back situation we just talked about earlier in this segment with R.J. Harvey. For an offensive tackle and offensive line in particular, those guys have to become technicians. And you don't get to become a technician early on. Even if you are incredibly talented and skilled and you play well as a rookie, it tends to be more on your natural ability than you being a true technician. At this point, Garrett Bowles is a technician. There's not a rush that he hasn't seen. There's not a power and speed combination from an edge guy that he hasn't seen. A big, slower guy, he's seen that. Really small, quick, fast guy, he's seen that. A guy like Myles Garrett who's got the perfect combination of both, he's seen that. So when you've seen it all and you marry that up with your technique, you get the high level of success that Garrett Bowles is having right now.
Why is Micah Parsons so damn good?
The twitchiness and the relentlessness. He certainly can win with his first pass rush move, but as we saw on display the other night, he has what I call a pass rusher's hunter's heart. When I did my coaching internship with the New York Jets, I sat down with Kevin Green and we watched every sack over the previous 4 years, every single NFL sack. And we broke them into a couple of categories. First category would be that first awesome move where you just beat the guy off the line of scrimmage or you beat him on your first move. The second one was your counter move. And your third category we came up with what we call the hunter's heart, where you just keep going. You may be blocked, but you just keep going. So a majority of the sacks that we looked at were in that third category. To get a first move sack is actually quite rare.
Yeah.
But the third category, that's where guys really pile up big numbers. So Micah Parsons is able to do all three. He can beat you with his first step or his first move. He can beat you with his counter move. And then if he gets blocked, he's not going to quit on the play. He can beat you with his hunter's heart as well.
Man, talk about taking advantage of your coaching intern. Just like, all right, excellent pass rusher. Why don't you sit down and watch every single sack? That must have taken forever to do, but I bet you're the kind of sicko, though, that would have enjoyed doing something like that.
Well, I got 80 career sacks. Kevin ended up with 160. So 240 sacks sitting down to review a couple of hundred sacks over the previous 4 years.
Yeah,
it was a good time. And Kevin Green, rest in peace. That was certainly one of my favorite moments with him, just totally football nerding out on every sack for the last 4 years.
Chad, last thing, and again, we're talking to Chad Brown as we do every Tuesday afternoon. If you had to give the playoff committee a grade, what would you give them for the 12-team field this year?
Wow. Obviously, the process leaves a lot to be desired.
Always does.
And for James Madison and for Tulsa, you guys didn't do anything wrong. Tulane, but you don't belong. And I mean that with the kindest of hearts there.
What are you going to do? Put 7-5 Duke in?
No.
They're beholden to conference champs.
We need the best 12 teams in. And we need to eliminate conference championship games. And we need to eliminate conference ties here. Just the best 12 teams go in. And that would still continue to add controversy. So maybe we do the best 16 teams. And if we eliminate the conference championships, we don't force these college kids to play too many football games. But that's probably the best way to go about this. This current system is flawed. Now, I have to give the college football playoff credit a little bit with the thought that they continue to find ways to try to improve the process, partially because they screw it up, but also becomes clear over time that things need to be changed. So as long as they're always willing to change it and not just double or triple down that they got it right when they clearly didn't. So that, I guess to answer your question, I would give them a B. But to all those fan bases who claim they are robbed, just win more games. It solves every problem you have. Win more games. And college football has always been rife with controversy, with rankings and bowls.
That's
and
why we love it, Chad.
Yes, but even with the old BCS and the computers and everything else, and my Colorado Buffaloes being robbed by Dr. Tom Osborne because he made a deciding vote in the coaches poll. This is how college football works. And to your point, Nate, this is why we love it, because it gives us something to talk about until next season.
You get to scream hypocrisy when Alabama can get crushed in their conference championship game and they don't move, but BYU gets screwed. You can say, oh, well, it helped Notre Dame to be independent in years past, but then they get jobbed this year by being an independent. And ultimately, again, some people are happy and some people are going to be pissed off about it. And college football, you're perfect, never change. That's essentially what it means, because you'll never satisfy everybody.
I am 100% in agreement with everything you just said there. That's why, despite the NFL being the absolute pinnacle of the game, college football is my favorite part of the game.
Chad Brown, everybody. We talk to him every Tuesday afternoon here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Chad, excellent work, man. Safe travels to Denver. Have a great call on Sunday.
Thanks. I'll see all you guys out there soon.
All right. Chad's going to be doing national radio for Broncos Packers on Sunday afternoon. Way to go, Chad Brown. We have got your next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday when we come back, and then it's power ranking time. Now, I had a theory. I will give you my theory before I reveal the power rankings. My theory, Spring, was that the Broncos wouldn't move one bit as a result of their victory against the Raiders. That was my hypothesis going in. We will employ the scientific method, and we will find out if I was correct coming up next. You've been waiting for your next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday, and we've got it for you right now. We're giving away tickets for the Avalanche and the Florida Panthers on Thursday, 7:30 puck drop. You want to go to that game? By the way, there's a special bonus, the Cup Classic Joe Sakic bobblehead, which if you're watching via Twitch or YouTube right now, I have the bobblehead. There's his head shaking around. So text in the keyword right now along with your first and last name, and you can win a pair of tickets for the Avalanche game against Florida on Thursday night. Avalanche will finish up the road trip tonight in Nashville. We'll have it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio. But you want to go to that game on Thursday. I know you do. So you want to text in the keyword oats. Oats. As in Hall and. Or also, I suppose, Adam is, I think, probably what they were going for. Text the keyword oats to 303-504-0925. That's OATES. Text oats to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. Limited packages remain for the Panthers game with the Sakic bobblehead. To purchase, visit coloradoavalanche.com/Cup Classic. To win the tickets and the bobblehead, text OATS with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry and the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. But again, guys, you want to text in OATS, OATES, to 303-504-0925, along with your first name and last name. Send both. And you are entered to win tickets for the Avalanche and the Panthers coming up here on Thursday. By the way, speaking of Hall and Oates, John Oates, one of the coolest celebrities I've ever spoken to in my life.
Was that in the a bathroom somewhere?
It was no, it was in a green room. It was in a backstage area at a concert.
Okay.
And John Oates was sitting in that night, and so I had a chance to chat with John Oates. I ended up talking to him for like 15 minutes. John Oates is a huge college football fan, and this is back when I was a Harris poll voter in the BCS. And so like John Oates, he found out I was we got to talking, and he's telling me what a huge college football fan that he is. And then we got to talking. I was like, oh, well, I'm a voter. And like he wanted to break down my top 25 with me. He was intense about it. It's that thing that Chad Brown was just talking about right there. People go crazy when they know about college football. And I was like, I don't give a crap about college football right now. You're John Oates. I want to talk to you about being John Oates. But he just wanted to talk about college football. Very cool. The guy was just as nice and as normal as could possibly be. He was probably the most famous person in the room, and he didn't give a crap. He just wanted to talk college football.
He wanted an escape, man.
That's right. Didn't want to have to be John Oates for a minute. I think he might still live in Colorado. I think he was living in Aspen.
Good for you, bud.
Because of course he was. Anyway, you ready for Power Ranking Spring? Yes, it's power ranking time here on a Tuesday afternoon. This is when all of the power rankings come out from around the internet. The 32 teams of the NFL are ranked, and we delve in and find out what everybody thinks of the Broncos. All right, Spring, so my hypothesis was, well, the Broncos aren't going to move.
Mm-hmm.
My hypothesis was, before I clicked on a single power ranking today, no movement out of Denver.
See, I was wondering, like, is this the week that we get a 1?
I knew it wouldn't happen this week. Or let me put it this way.
Does that not feel like this show's destiny?
I guess I didn't know
that at
for
some
sure.
Point.
But that's the Super Bowl of power rankings. It's just that game against the Raiders didn't have a Super Bowl feel to me. In addition to that, Rams won convincingly, Seattle won convincingly. New England had a bye, but their last showing was a convincing victory. So
sure, but I know Pro Football Talks put them 2.
Yep, we've had
and that win over the Raiders, albeit a 1-score game,
was week
somewhat convincing. Somewhat.
Last week CBS had them at 2. Last week Pro Football Talk had them at 2.
Mm-hmm.
But
man,
a win over the Raiders. I figured, and again, you got to look at the other results of the teams right at the top. My hypothesis was no movement for
it was
Denver.
the Rams beat the Cardinals.
We'll find out.
The Seahawks beat Cousins.
Those were both huge blowouts. They were both on the road too, weren't they? They were both huge blowouts. So that's, again, I know the Broncos, they beat the Raiders convincingly, but when people look up and see the final score, they see a 1-score game against the Raiders. As much as it wasn't a, air quotes, true 1-score game.
Come on. What are you doing watching Bears-Packers? Watch that Andrew Catalan experience.
What are you doing, America? By the way, we got Nance and Romo this week.
Yeah.
We got the big crew.
A lot. We got them a lot this year, and no surprise.
Yeah.
I mean, given Broncos Packers.
2:25 on Sunday. Big game of the week. But my hypothesis was Denver would not move. Let's see how I did. We start with ESPN. Last week, the 4-letter network said the Broncos were the 3rd best team in the NFL. Well, you go out and you win your 10th in a row. You improve to 11-2. You take over sole possession of the number 1 seed in the AFC. And ESPN drops the Broncos 1 spot to number 4. Yes. A harbinger.
That wasn't droppable.
Or harbinger of things to come. Yes.
That was not a droppable performance.
Seattle's 28-point road win at Atlanta was enough to convince ESPN to move the Seahawks up to 3 and to drop Denver to 4. So the Broncos fall 1 spot to number 4.
That's a chip on the old shoulder right there.
That's bulletin board material.
Yep.
NFL.com. That's the league's own website. Last week, NFL.com had the Broncos ranked at number 3. Denver gets a road win over their AFC West rival Raiders, and they stay at number 3. No movement.
Nothing.
Says NFL.com. The Athletic, a website that is run by mostly unathletic people. TheAthletic.com last week said the Broncos were the 3rd best team in the NFL. This was coming off of the huge victory over Marcus Mariota and the Commanders on Sunday Night Football. Well, the Broncos go handle their business as they are expected to do against the Raiders. And The Athletic says, nope, you're going to drop 1 spot to number 4.
Damn, dude.
Second drop already in these power rankings. Once again, The Athletic doing the same MO as ESPN. They moved Seattle up to 3, dropped Denver to 4.
Are the Broncos Notre Dame? What's happening here?
No, the Broncos are in a conference. By the way, Bavakwa is still really, really mad at the ACC. He's still really mad at those guys. He said it was a targeted social media campaign against Notre Dame. You don't want to know what
the
else.
Broncos aren't going to play in a bowl game. That's what's happening.
By the way, I read today that the Pop-Tarts Bowl did a bigger TV number than some of the playoff games last year.
Dude, I love the Pop-Tarts
Missed
Bowl.
opportunity for the Irish. They could be playing BYU in the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
And, you do the thing where you prove them wrong, where you're like, hey, we should have. Let's go blow out BYU. Let's show them something.
Let's show them what we got. Nope, they just said we don't want to play a game.
Okay.
Our coach is
Pop-Tarts for you.
Our coach is too handsome for the Pop-Tarts Bowl. That's what Notre Dame said. CBS.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Yeah. CBS last week had the Broncos at 2. He had the Broncos at 2. This is Pete Prisco that runs the power rankings for CBS. He had the Broncos at 2.
Keep them there at the least.
Broncos go out, get another road win, 10th in a row. Still number 2.
Nothing.
Okay, I appreciate it, though.
Real grunty. He's got New England at number 1. They didn't even play a game. Speaking of nothing, they didn't even play a game.
Broncos have the tiebreakers over the Patriots, although the Patriots have blown more teams out in their easy schedule.
The Ringer, our friends over there at The Ringer. TheRinger.com last week had the Broncos' highest ranking that The Ringer has ever bestowed upon Denver at number 3. Broncos go out and get a 100-yard total yard game from R.J. Harvey, another 2-sack performance from Nick Benito, and they plummet 1 spot to number 4. Says TheRinger.com. The Ringer moving Green Bay up to number 3, Seattle at 2, the Rams at number 1. Bulletin board material, Broncos. Circle it right there. You have got to prove the fine folks at the Ringer wrong and go out and beat number 3 Green Bay.
If I don't hear Nance and Romo talk about this being the battle for the 3rd spot on the Ringer power rankings, then they have lost the plot.
They didn't do broadcast prep. That's what that tells me. I don't know how much Tony Romo does anyway, but...
Go talk to Bill Simmons.
Pro Football Talk. It's a website where they talk about pro football. Florio has been the biggest proponent of the Denver Broncos in the power rankings this season. He once again had them at number 2 last week. The Broncos go into hostile enemy territory at Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, surrounded by 45,000 orange-clad Broncos fans, but still.
And some adult workers.
and 11 dweebs in costumes. And they play the Raiders and they beat them on the road. Able to hang on once Kenny Pickett got into the game. What does that do for the Broncos in the power rankings? Cue up the Costanza. It does nothing.
Nothing.
Still ranked at number 2. Florio still has New England number 1.
Wow. See, I'm surprised that all these power rankings wouldn't just have the Rams at number 1.
I would have thought so too, but Rams 3 and Seattle 4. Florio dropped the Rams after the Carolina loss, and they have not recovered
really
yet.
Holding that against them.
They really are, which a weird game in which Stafford threw a couple of early picks. But hey, fine by me. By the way, speaking of the Rams, if there was ever a year where a receiver could win MVP, I feel like both JSN and Puka Nacua are making statements. I don't think a receiver is ever going to win MVP in our lifetimes, but man, Puka had some catches last week. That dude is special. USA Today. Last week, USA Today was harsher on Denver than anybody else. Last week, USA Today said the Broncos were the 5th best team in the NFL, had them all the way down at number 5 after they needed overtime to defeat the Washington Commanders led by Marcus Mariota.
Okay, well, here comes our first riser. There's no doubt about it. Here we go. I believe.
Broncos drop 24 on the Raiders. Broncos have 39 minutes in time of possession, Spring. And they hold steady at 5.
Nothing.
Didn't even move in the slightest bit. Green Bay beat Chicago. They're at 4. Seattle, road win at Atlanta. New England, idle. Rams going to Arizona, blow out the Cardinals. Those are the 4 teams above Denver, according to USA Today.
That's classic newspaper. That's big newspaper right there.
That's big, powerful, lucrative newspaper screwing over the rest of us in 2025.
Wow. Give it the Times.
Yeah.
USA Today.
Big newspaper. And finally, Yahoo Sports. Yahoo! This power ranking is compiled by our friend Frank Schwab.
Come on, Frankie.
What does Frank do with a 24-17 road victory at Las Vegas with a backdoor cover by the Raiders? Well, if I know degenerate Frank Schwab, he's going to hold that backdoor cover against the Broncos. And indeed he does. He had the Broncos at 3 last week. This week he has them at 3 again. Nothing. Thank you. So final tally in the Week 15 NFL Power Rankings. ESPN 4, NFL.com 3, Athletic 4, CBS 2, Ringer 4, Pro Football Talk 2, USA Today 5, and Yahoo 3. The average for the Broncos, 3.4 in the power rankings this week. They were at 3 last week. They had 5 stays, 3 drops in the 8 power rankings that we track here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Therefore, the average drops to 3.4 from 3, average drop of 0.4. High rankings on the board, CBS and Pro Football Talk. We had Denver at 2. Low ranking on the board, USA Today is at 5. However, Spring, I can tell you this, okay? I'm not surprised that the Raider game didn't do what we had hoped it would do for Denver. If the Broncos beat the Packers, if the Broncos beat the NFC North leading Packers this week, then the Denver Broncos will be number 1, I'm guessing, on at least 2 different power rankings next week, possibly even more than that. We have never had a number 1. Like, again, I know a lot of people are just like, oh, man, I hope the Broncos get to the Super Bowl this year. This is our Super Bowl here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show, is to see a number 1 next to the Denver Broncos in a power ranking.
Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. So the Patriots host the Bills.
I know.
So, like that, and I know they went into Buffalo and win earlier this year, but that's still a quality win.
Josh Allen's hot. I'm aware.
Let's see, the Rams host the Lions. That is a good one.
This is a Sunday 225 Nance and Romo, though. This is a
That's true.
This is a high visibility game, and guess what? If the Patriots beat the Bills, well, no big deal. They already beat the Bills this year.
That's true.
No big deal. Okay, Denver beating Green Bay will get us at least 2 number 1s. That's my prediction as I sit here right now.
I think so.
Yeah. If the Broncos lose at home to Green Bay, they will tumble out of the top 5 across the board.
Yeah, they will. In fact, you might see a double digit. You might see a 10.
This is a big movement Sunday for the Broncos. If anybody,
if they lose this game, there will the F word, as we brought up.
Yep.
And the original one that they want to use nationally, fraud.
Yeah, the fraud watchers are
that
all
will
gonna
be a thing.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And as we know, power rankings are more meaningful than anything else when it comes to the NFL, as far as I'm concerned.
It's probably the only thing.
It really is. It's what you're playing for. So that every Tuesday when I dig through this thing, I want to see a straight line right next to Denver, a nice number 1. Yeah. You know how in baseball you're always trying to get a crooked number up on the board? Nope, I don't want any crooked numbers. I'm done with crooked numbers. I'm ready to see some 1s. Let's get this done, Broncos. We're giving away tickets to the Avalanche and the Panthers on Thursday, and a special bonus is the Cup Classic Joe Sakic bobblehead. The keyword is OATS, O-A-T-E-S, O-A-T-E-S, as in Adam and also John. 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. Limited packages remain for the Panthers game with the Sakic bobblehead. To purchase, visit coloradoavalanche.com/Cup Classic. To win the tickets and bobblehead, text OATS, O-A-T-E-S, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avalanche Ticket Tuesdays are powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck to you. OATS, O-A-T-E-S, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You are entered for Avs and Panth tickets. Your next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday coming up at 5:20. Chance to win Avalanche and Panthers tickets. We'll have the Avs in action tonight against the Predators in Nashville right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Berto's got pregame at 7. Connor has the call at 7:30 today here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets still off until Thursday as the schedule is lightened up considerably for NBA Cup elimination games. So,
hey, Cup check.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You watching the Cup tonight?
You
better be.
You know I'm locked in. You know I'm there.
Miami Heat out to a big early lead over the Orlando Magic.
That game tipped at 4 o'clock our time.
Yeah.
Yes. That's too early.
I don't know what Jeff
Very Florida.
Bezos and Amazon Prime think they're doing, what futuristic, fancy world he thinks us average folk live in. We're still working, Jeff.
According to the NBA, by the way, they swear ratings are massively up for Cup games.
I know. I talked with Berto about this, and I essentially said, I'm not sure I believe it. Like whether it's the Peacock ratings, the Prime ratings.
It's right. It's some kind of streaming magic that they're trying to fool us with.
You could just type something out, print it, and say, "Look at this."
Exactly. Look at this. It's much like yesterday when I was able to, with the skewing of statistics, point out that Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic are the only two players in the NBA currently averaging 24 points, 6.5 assists, and shooting at least 40% from three. Mm-hmm. The beauty of which is, of course, that Shea is averaging 6.4 assists per game. Take that, Shea.
Yeah, hey.
Let
me just type some things in here and
Spring,
filter accordingly.
You'll like this. Along those lines, okay? Because last night I sent our friend Dan Hyatt, I sent him that statistical note because I knew he would appreciate that of all people, okay? So years ago, Dan Hyatt was doing statistics for Indiana Pacers broadcasts, okay? And Dan Hyatt, working with the producer back in 2018, this was a story that, by the way, was picked up by Awful Announcing. While working for the Pacers broadcast back in 2018, okay, Dan Hyatt discovered this. Players with 800 games played averaged 13.5 points, 5.9 rebounds, 1.4 steals, 49% from the field, and at least 30% from three. So those are the bare minimum numbers. Again, 800 games played, 13.5 points, 5.9 rebounds, 1.4 steals, 49% from the field, 30% from three. There's a 5-player list. Okay?
Okay.
Here's the list. Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, LeBron James,
Joel Embiid.
Number 5, former Indiana Pacer, Thaddeus Young.
No way. I thought you were going to say Jokic. That's why I said Embiid. Thaddeus Young.
Yep. Why did Dan come up with that? Because he was working on the Pacers broadcast. Thaddeus Young.
Okay, so it was bad. Okay.
In that rare statistical class with Magic, Larry Legend, MJ, and the King.
Man.
And Thaddeus
See,
Young.
and there you go. You can find stats.
You can do it.
You can find numbers
if
that make something look good.
You can. So and the way that I did yesterday, I was able to discover that Jamal Murray
is a good number you found there.
Actually having a better season than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So he without a doubt should be an all-star along with his Canadian
He is having a very good season.
Jamal's having a marvelous season. Jamal Murray, your Western Conference Player of the Week, but he is absolutely having a marvelous season. Jamal's passing is like here's where I don't feel bad for Jamal because he's playing with Nikola Jokic and he benefits from playing with Nikola Jokic. But Jamal's passing is at such an elite level and it will always be criminally underrated because he plays with arguably the greatest passer to ever live, at least top 2 along with Magic and Nikola Jokic. But Jamal Murray's passing right now is absolutely elite. His playmaking And the way that he is setting up teammates is as good as we have ever seen. I love watching him run when he's out there with those second unit minutes, which, by the way, Adelman has kind of staggered him at times, and at other times he hasn't as much. But Jamal, the passing season that he is having is absolutely out of control. That 12 assist game against Atlanta the other night was whew. That was high major stuff right there when he went for 23 and 12. That was on top of, the 52-pointer against the Pacers and then going for 34 along with 23 in the first quarter the other night against Charlotte, which got Jamal Murray Western Conference Player of the Week.
Yeah, look, yes, when you play with Jokic, he can set you up. He can get open shots for you. Michael Porter Jr., Cam Johnson now, even Aaron Gordon, but I mean, Murray dropping 52 the other night, and
that's not a Jokic creation.
No, and you look at the way he's creating. It's Murray creating his shots by and large.
He's getting to his spots, but doing so within the flow of the offense, within the flow of the two-man game. It's like really, there's very rare exceptions. I feel like when Jamal shoots, it's going in almost all the time, and I think some of his efficiency in previous seasons, I think a lot of it got docked because of how crappy the Nuggets bench unit was that he was leading. And again, you can say that's an admonishment of Jamal Murray, but I also do think like some of his efficiency numbers suffered because how many possessions did we see out of that Jamal Murray-led second unit where it was like, oh, crap, there's 4 left on the shot clock. Just give the ball back to Jamal.
Yeah. What a pleasant surprise. I'm a little I'm not surprised because he's still only 28 years old, but the way that his knees and legs were kind of looking since the championship season.
Health's a hell of a thing, isn't it?
It almost felt like, could he get to this level again?
Right. And I always, you always had to worry about that a little bit with Jamal is he came back from the big injury. The season that he won a championship, he was outstanding in the postseason, but for a lot of that regular season, there was rust built up. Yeah. But he also paid the price, for coming back from that huge injury, pushing his way through the postseason, coming off that series in Minnesota. He had a rough series against the Timberwolves. He goes into the summer, he has the terrible Olympic Games. Like he came into last season very down. But a fully healthy offseason has worked wonders, and he just looks as comfortable and as motivated and as crisp as he ever has.
If he had played like this the last couple years, they probably go further.
If he's healthy.
If he plays like this.
Years,
yeah,
right.
This is healthy at the top of his game, Murray.
You know what sucks about this?
But now they're even deeper, though.
They're even deeper.
You're getting the best Murray, and they're deeper.
They're even deeper. They're even better. You know the problem?
Huh?
Thunder are even better.
I know. It's unbelievable what they're doing,
and they're banged up and doing it.
Yeah, SGA didn't play the other night, and they destroyed. I think it was I know it's Utah, but still, they just destroyed them. Even
loss
without SGA.
One friggin' loss.
23-1. I mean, that's
collision course, Western Conference Finals. It's going to be awesome, but yeah. I mean, right now the Thunder are going to be favored in that series, and for good reason.
They are.
Yep. Kreckman and Lindahl. We get the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Phillip Rivers, his sign to the Colts practice squad today. We need to explore that. Plus, Jim Harbaugh's reaction to the victory last night on Monday Night Football over the Philadelphia Eagles in overtime is something you absolutely have to hear. We got Broncos clinching scenarios and so much more coming up in hour number 3. Kreckman and Lindahl, Mark Springer, along with Nate Kreckman on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's hit the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL to kick off the 5 o'clock hour. Mark Springer on the other side of the glass. What do we have today?
All right, let's start with playoff berth clinching scenarios for a few of the top teams in the NFL. The 3 teams in the NFL that can clinch playoff berths this weekend. The LA Rams, we'll start there. It is simple. If they win over the Lions, they are in. And the Rams can only secure the NFC's first playoff spot, with the NFC West still up for grabs between the Rams, Seahawks, and 49ers. For the Patriots, they will win the AFC East and secure a home playoff game with a win over the Bills. There are also multiple scenarios where the Patriots can clinch a berth, even if they don't win, with a bunch of tie and loss scenarios from other teams. They can also clinch a berth if the Texans and Colts lose or tie, so long as both those games don't end in a tie. That would be a hell of a thing. The Broncos cannot clinch the AFC West on Sunday, but they can clinch a postseason berth with a win over the Packers. There are also multiple scenarios where Denver can clinch a berth with other tie and loss scenarios across the rest of the AFC.
Do you want those specifics? Because I have them available.
Go for it.
Here we go. Okay. So clearly, the Broncos clinch a playoff spot with a win. All right? That's the simplest path to it. However, what fun is that, okay? Here we go. Should the Broncos and Packers tie and the Chargers lose at Kansas City, Broncos clinch a playoff spot. Should the Broncos and Packers tie and Jacksonville loses to the Jets, the Broncos clinch a playoff spot.
Okay.
Should the Broncos and Packers tie and Houston loses at home to Arizona, the Broncos will clinch a playoff spot. Or if the Broncos were to tie and Phillip Rivers and the Colts lose at Seattle, the Broncos would clinch a playoff spot. So the Broncos can tie the Packers.
This would be the Packers' second tie of the year.
It would be, which would be awesome. Also, if Houston loses to Arizona or ties Arizona, or Indianapolis loses or ties to Seattle, as long as both games don't end in a tie, the Broncos will get in.
Oh my! I love it.
These are
Could you imagine? Yeah.
Scenario. We have accounted for the very low likelihood of a lot of ties in Week 15 in the NFL this year.
Yeah, this would mean that Phillip Rivers' first game in 5 years would end in a tie, and that the Red Hot Texans would tie the very below average Cardinals.
Do we know, has there ever been more than one tie in a single week in the NFL?
That's a great question.
Have we ever had that we know of? I'm sure somebody out there has it. Dan Hyatt could probably figure it out for us.
I don't know. Google AI could tell me.
It wouldn't tell you the right answer, but it would tell you something. Yeah, that's all we know. It's in fact. By the way, that Packers-Cowboys tie earlier this year, that 40-40 game, that was the first tie in the NFL, according to Wikipedia, since 2022. I did not realize that.
It feels like there's been a handful, maybe not a handful, but a couple more.
It may feel like that, but there weren't.
Okay, my feels are off.
At least according to Wikipedia.
Okay, so if the Broncos beat the Packers, let's just go there.
Just beat the Packers.
They clinch a postseason.
They clinch a playoff
Now they're
spot.
going to clinch a right? They're going to clinch a postseason berth, right? Does this mean there's a world where they go 0-4 down the stretch and they don't make it? No way.
Mathematically, right now,
it's possible.
It could happen. Because I'm looking at let's look at the AFC playoff field. It could happen.
That would mean, I think that would mean that Phillip Rivers and the Colts, who we'll get to here in a second,
would make the playoffs.
They would have to win a game or two,
probably. Yeah,
all these other teams would have to win, go 3-1 or something.
It's an extremely low likelihood, but the Broncos, mathematically, there still is a world where they could make it.
It is a tough Final Four game.
I'm sure it involves a lot of ties.
And what's funny is that the easiest, and you talked about this, the easiest of the four is the Chiefs. That's incredible.
6-7. Those guys stink. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Okay, so Phillip Rivers is signing with the Colts practice squad. He retired following the 2020 season. He's 44 years old. He worked out with them last night. It appears they're going to see if he can play this Sunday in Seattle.
So there's a lot of stuff going on here with this story, as you know. First off, Phillip Rivers at the age of 44 years of age, instantly makes him the oldest active player currently in the NFL. Should Rivers start a game for the Colts this season, like you said, it is possible he could play at Seattle this week. He would become the 5th quarterback in NFL history to start a game at age 44 or older, the other 4 being Tom Brady, Vinny Testaverde, Steve DeBerg, and Warren Moon. So Phillip Rivers would join that company right there. Now, according to reports, Rivers has a long history with Shane Steichen. In fact, the two of them are confidants. They talk on a weekly basis about game plan stuff. I'm sure they talk about Rivers' high school team and whatever, Steichen has going on. But Steichen was a longtime Chargers assistant, so him and Rivers have a lot of experience together. Again, they remain in contact regularly. According to sources, Rivers' workout was impressive, according to ESPN. I mean, those sources would be people from the Colts. They're not going to be like, oh, he kind of sucked and he's 44, but we signed him anyway. He threw the ball well, but needs to improve his conditioning, according to a source. What 44-year-old doesn't need to improve their conditioning?
Yeah, he's been coaching high school football. He was never in the best shape.
He was never dynamic. The thing that Rivers had going for him, like, he wasn't elusive, but he's one of the best we've ever seen in terms of pocket manipulation. Like,
completely.
The movement inside the phone book, man.
Yeah.
Phillip Rivers is, for me, at the top of the list of quarterbacks that, like, he only needs, like, he doesn't need much space outside of the phone booth to be able to operate and make plays and make throws. Like, few players are more comfortable in a dirty pocket than Phillip Rivers is. And like, he will be at age 44. Now, you kind of start to wonder a little bit of like, all right, man, you've been out of the game for a long time. Like, everyone else is just as big and strong and fast and mean and dangerous as they ever were. And like, you've been out there coaching high school football. Like, do you lose some of that when you step away from the game? Like, the way that guys will talk about, they'll retire and then a couple of years later, they'll go and like watch a game from the sideline and have that moment of being like, I can't believe I ever did that. Like, that's insane out there. Like, does Rivers get out there and again, the first time Seattle's pass rush bears down on him, is he just like, screw this, I don't want to be out here anymore?
And we were talking about, Seattle does have that good they have a good defense. I don't think it's on the level, even though some of the advanced numbers might say otherwise, of the Broncos or Texans defense. And they will play the Texans.
Points per game, by the way, better than Denver's too.
I think they have the Texans defense later this season. They have the Jags defense, which is pretty good. Man, you look at what, like, Aaron Rodgers at 3 years younger was like wincing at even the thought of getting hit.
Rodgers also never stopped playing.
True.
Like, I know he had the Achilles injury, but he came back from it. But like, he never like stopped being a football player.
Yeah, like that first hit is gonna hit Phillip like a ton of bricks.
It's gonna suck.
It kind of goes to show. Like, when there's only like a handful of people in this world who can do this job.
Sure.
And you would rather go to a 44-year-old who had a damn good career
than play Brett Rippon.
Yeah. That's where we're at. Like, that's how tough it is to play that position at that level. And the defenses this year are no joke.
Think of like the Colts. Like, this was a team that they make the move from Anthony Richardson to Daniel Jones. They announce Jones as the starter. He comes out, plays better than anybody can have anticipated. Steichen is seemingly running away with Coach of the Year. Jonathan Taylor's in the MVP conversation. That defense is playing well. They get to the trade deadline. They load up. They throw the Hail Mary for Sauce Gardner. They say, we're going for it this year. This is another example of just like, we're white knuckling this thing to the very end. We're not ready to give up on it. We're not ready to hand this thing over to Brett Rippon. If Aaron Rodgers can still complete 4 passes of 20-plus yards at this age for Pittsburgh against Baltimore, well, then we'll take our shot with Phillip Rivers, future Hall of Famer, and see if we can hang on to something. That's right now. That organization is they're trying to do everything they can to squeeze something out of this season.
Yeah, because you came so far. You came this far.
Yeah.
You want to give yourself the best chance, and it again goes to show that your best chance is Phillip Rivers as compared to Brett Rippon.
Like tanking out right now, it's not like your draft pick's going to be awesome either.
Yeah.
Actually, you traded it away, didn't you? For Sauce?
For Sauce, you did to the Jets.
Yeah, so
you're all in.
Yeah.
I saw somebody AI Russell Wilson into a Colts uniform. No, you'd rather go with Phil.
I'd rather play Phil than Russell Wilson. Yeah, I get it. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, last night, Monday Night Football, Chargers-Eagles game went to overtime. Really nice zone coverage play from Chargers cornerback Cam Hart. Just
deflected that
dives, deflects that ball from Jalen Hurts. Tony Jefferson, talk about old dudes making a play. Tony Jefferson had retired and actually came out of retirement from the Ravens to play with Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers.
Do you remember a couple of years ago when Zion made a cut and his shoe exploded?
Yes, I do. When he was at Duke, right?
I thought that like whoever made Tony Jefferson's cleats need to hold up that last interception. The way he slammed the brakes on the pellets from the turf flying up, whatever voodoo matrix move he had to make to keep
paused.
his feet in bounds to make that interception was unbelievable. MVP though, whoever stitched those cleats, man.
And then his own teammate tackles him down.
Yeah.
This game's over. No running, no fumble. This game's over.
Yeah.
Then big celebration. How about let's talk about this real quick. Justin Herbert didn't want to talk to Laura Rutledge.
Heard that. That was a good moment.
He said, "Hey, I got to go celebrate with my teammates." Yeah. And there's a lot of controversy about this moment.
Is there?
Yes.
Okay.
Everybody, I'm not even going to say many, everybody in the sports media business, you, me, we all understand Laura Rutledge has a job to do in that moment.
Yeah, you got to go grab the winning quarterback.
Yes.
The guy that just played a game with a broken hand. He's the story, and it's Monday Night Football, and it's a TV show.
Exactly.
And her job is to go and get Justin Herbert. By the way, Justin Herbert's job is to talk to Laura Rutledge.
Yeah, he should know that.
In that moment.
He's been around the block now. He should know that.
He's no dummy.
But there's a lot of fans being like, "Oh, Justin doesn't have to talk to her."
Of course he does. That's his job.
He has to. It's part of the gig.
Hey guys, an NFL player's job is to star on the TV show, the National Football League. That's their job.
It's entertainment.
Yes, that is his biggest job that he has to do week in and week out. He's got to win games, but then these guys are also TV stars.
Yep,
that's the point.
Yep. So good on Laura Rutledge
she grabbed him
for grabbing him.
She did well,
and she did a great job. Okay, you saw Jim Harbaugh so excited with Justin Herbert after the game. Let's play a couple of clips from Jim Harbaugh's post-game media availability. Let's start with Jim talking about Justin Herbert himself.
And Justin Herbert, he's a superhero. He is a competitive maniac. He was even stiff-arming guys, with a broken hand. He had surgery a week ago, and out here tonight. It felt like I was in like we were in a movie where the quarterback's doing these, and it's like you get to the point where you go, okay, this is getting a little unrealistic. That's what it felt like to me. He is just he refuses to lose. It's just tough as they get. He's a superhero quarterback.
It was a hell of a performance. From Justin
Spring,
Herbert.
honestly, there's a lot of hyperbole that comes out of Jim Harbaugh. It was earned last night.
Yeah.
Herbert faced he took 13 hits. He was sacked 7 times against the Eagles. He faced the 3rd highest pressure rate in a single game in the Next Gen Stats era. And he won that game with a broken hand.
Yeah.
When he threw the stiff arm with the left hand, it was just like, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
But that's what he went out and did last night. It was that's what you want out of your football players, right? That's the gladiator stuff.
Yeah.
He went out and did it last night.
That was elite. Like that was his moment.
Yep.
Really, it was.
And that's probably as good as it gets for him this year because without their tackles,
I mean, because they face, like you said, they face pressure all game long.
I don't know how much longer he can stand up to that. And Fangio knew it, and Fangio had a good game plan. It's just that Jalen Hurts threw 4 picks. What the hell's Vic Fangio supposed to do about that?
All right, Jim Harbaugh. And look, it was kind of an ugly game, but the finish was great. Like the end of the fourth quarter and overtime was very competitive.
I
thought it was.
I saw people complaining last night on social media about this guy. I can't believe we're going to overtime with this piece of crap. I was massively entertained by that football game.
I thought it was a very entertaining finish to this game.
I
mean, both defenses were.
I thought it was good.
Were on their game.
Yes.
Both quarterbacks were facing pressure and had to make big time plays.
There were stars all over the place. Like Jalen Hurts' inconsistency, but then he made the massive throw on the 3rd and 16 in overtime.
Smith. That was massive.
That was a great throw that he made right there. God, AJ Brown having the thing go through his hands. I thought that thing was a great television show in football.
Yeah,
game.
I mean the Broncos-Commanders game on Sunday night, I thought this was just as good.
Yep.
Jim Harbaugh, after the game, has he ever been a part of a game like that?
Have you ever been a part of a game like this?
Oh, there's been a lot of teams, and this is definitely maybe the best feeling. Just a wonderful feeling of winning and thrill of victory. It's certainly in the discussion. I put it in the discussion, the birth of my 7 children, my marriage, in the conversation. Just joyful, joyous, and the biblical definition of that is just overflowing with joy.
Sorry, honey.
So wait a minute. The biblical definition of joyful is overflowing with joy.
It's kind of redundant.
I mean, speaking literally, wouldn't it just be full of joy? Would it you can't. If it's overflowing, then there's too much joy.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I guess I don't know the biblical definition of joyful. That was the one where Jim went too far.
Yeah.
Although I only have 2 kids. By the time you get to 7, you're probably just like looking at your watch, just like, when are we getting out of here?
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Phil's playing. He's got 11 of them.
It's why Flacco keeps going. Again, it's all these guys with the.
Joe Flacco told us when he was at the bar by himself.
Yeah, it was kind of nice.
He was kind of envious.
Yeah, it's kind of quiet right now. I kind of like this.
Yeah.
I don't have to take somebody to the bathroom right now. Nobody's spilled all over the table. This is a pretty good time.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's complaining that their crayons aren't as good as their sisters. Not that has happened to me recently. Kreckman and Lindahl. We got our next keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We'll give you that to you coming up here in just a moment. Plus, I've got an interesting comp on the Broncos, and to me, the 2 teams in the AFC they are most similar to. And do we have a changing of the guard in the pecking order of Bronco pass catchers? Let's talk about that going into the Packer game. That's all coming up on the other side. Kreckman and Lindahl, Nate Kreckman, Mark Springer. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. time for your next keyword right now on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Your keyword right now to text into 303-504-0925 to qualify to win Avalanche Panthers tickets for Thursday. The keyword is Sundin. Sundin. A nice ice cream Sundin. Sundin. As in Matt's. More than one Matt. Matt Sundin. The keyword is Sundin. Sundin. Text it right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. Limited packages remain for the Panthers game with the Sakic bobblehead. That's right. We got the Joe Sakic Cup Classic bobblehead. But to purchase tickets, go to coloradoavalanche.com/Cup Classic to win the tickets and the bobblehead. Text Sundin, Sundin, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday is powered by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. By the way, shout out to one of our listeners, Trent, who tweeted at us, and he claims that the Joe Sakic Cup Classic bobblehead actually looks like Norm Macdonald, and now I can't unsee it.
Yeah.
There's a resemblance.
Yes.
I'd say it probably splits the difference between Joe Sakic and Norm Macdonald, but yeah, there's Norm qualities to it. I see it. Nice job. Thank you, Trent. Probably going to get a talking to for that now for bringing it up on air.
Look, man, Norm's a legend.
Hey, you can't.
Joe's a legend.
So naturally, yes, the late great Norm Macdonald. We're giving away tickets. Avalanche Panthers. Your keyword is Sundin. Text it to 303-504-0925. Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center at MatthewsFineWatches.com. We'll announce our winner at 5:55 this afternoon. Sundin, as in Mats Sundin, the former Toronto Maple Leaf. Spring, do you remember any of the other teams that the great Swede Mats Sundin would have played for?
Yeah, I was a kid when Mats Sundin was playing. First overall pick by the Nordiques.
He was.
In 89.
Played for Quebec, although he did not make the move. Went on to play for Toronto for many, many years. Finished up in Vancouver his last season at the age of 37. Yes, you could have had a Mats Sundin Vancouver Canucks jersey, right next to your Willie Mays Mets jersey and assorted other random dudes that played for teams at the very end of their career. Kind of like a Phillip Rivers Colts jersey, although those are now apparently coming back into style. Good on you if you're a Colts fan and for that 1 year you got your Phillip Rivers jersey. Great chance to be able to break it out again. Congratulations. Sundin. All right, Spring. So I'm looking at offensive points per game. Broncos are at 23.7. So basically, Broncos are scoring 24 points a game. Offensively, they're only allowing 18 points per game. That's the fourth best mark in the entire NFL. Their point differential for the season is plus 73. Okay? So basically, on average, the Broncos are winning games 24-18, and their point differential is plus 73. The Houston Texans, the red-hot Texans.
Yeah, that's the team that they remind me of most.
22 points per game, 20th. 16 points per game allowed, number 1, plus 6 per game on average, plus 75-point differential for the season, 2 points better than the Broncos. That's wild, too, by the way, that they're what is Houston, 8-5, and the Broncos are 11-2, and yet the point differential.
But Stroud missed a few games.
He did.
That's it right there.
Davis Mills played really well.
He did.
He did.
Oh, he did not play well against the Broncos. Granted, when that defense is coming at you, and that's your first duties of the season,
gets thrown in there in mop-up duty.
Yeah,
but he figured a couple of things out to the point where
he did.
Some Texans fans were like, maybe we should stick with Davis Mills. No, yes. Actually, C.J. Stroud's pretty good.
Yeah.
I got a third team that I want to throw in there.
Okay.
I watched this team play last night. I think there's another team that wins on their defense because their quarterback is running for their life, and that's the Chargers. The Chargers are scoring 23 points per game right now, allowing 21 per contest, still top 10 in the NFL. Their point differential is plus 28. They've had some losses where they've gotten waxed this year. But again, the Chargers are absolutely a playoff team. Those are three teams that I believe anything that they do in terms of postseason success, they're going to do on the back of their defense and let's call it timely offense. The Broncos' timely offense mostly comes in the fourth quarter after they've been trailing, although that wasn't the case last week. What's interesting about these three teams, this is something that jumped off the page at me, okay? Broncos, Texans, Chargers. Sean Payton, DeMeco Ryans, Jim Harbaugh. The three dudes that the Penner ownership group wanted after they fired Nathaniel Hackett. Harbaugh was their top choice to the point where they were even going up to Ann Arbor being like, please, 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 please. DeMeco Ryans was number 2. His wife wanted to live in Houston. Sean Payton was the consolation prize. Hell of a consolation prize. Super Bowl winning Sean Payton, who has been nothing short of marvelous this season as the head coach of the Broncos. I understand like Vrabel and Ben Johnson, et cetera, Steichen, et cetera, are going to get a lot of love in Coach of the Year conversations. Sean Payton is coaching his ass off this year. I think he's doing a marvelous job with this team.
I know.
Sean Payton, Jim Harbaugh, DeMeco Ryans.
Yeah.
They're all largely coaching playoff-bound teams on the same profile right now.
They're all three very good coaches.
Excellent coaches.
2 of them more defensive-minded, 1 offensive-minded.
Yes. But also Jim is very good at crafting a team to his strengths. And also the Jesse Minter hire a defensive coordinator, I think, has worked wonders.
I say Jim's defensive-minded. He's really more like trenches-minded.
Yeah.
Offensive line, defensive line.
Oof, that offensive line.
And maybe even more so offensive line. And that sucks. No Rashawn Slater, no Joe Alt. And that's what's, like, I don't know if you can overcome that. And if they had those 2 players, because the funny thing is, like, look at.
Alt played when the Broncos lost to the Chargers. Slater was already out.
Yeah,
now that
Slater
Alt
was out to
is
start
out,
the year.
Yeah, now that Alt is already is out as well.
Yeah,
they're kind of hanging on for dear life. That's which ultimately, like, that's one of the things that determines success at this time of the year. And the Broncos, they've only lost 1 starter on their offensive line this season. They're playing with 4/5 in place, and guess what? The 4 of the 5 that they've got are all really damn good and have all been compensated handsomely for what they're able to do. This Broncos offensive line is one of the many things that is carrying this team right now.
Yeah, and when you look at those 3 teams, like, okay, they all have very good defenses. I would go Broncos 1, Texans 2, Chargers 3, but all very good defenses. Then you look at the offenses. The Chargers have the best offense,
have the best quarterback,
but it's the loss of the tackles that really hurts you, because now the quarterback doesn't even really have time to get the ball to those weapons. But I'm talking about, they just got Omari and Hampton back, and that Vidal back has been a pretty good little Swiss Army knife for them. I'm a Ladd McConkey guy. Quentin Johnston has figured out the dropsies.
By the way, speaking of Ladd McConkey, did it strike anyone else last night watching Cooper DeJean covering Ladd McConkey?
Hey, you can kind of get lost in translation there, something like that.
Just kind of struck me a little bit last night. I was just like, oh, wow, you don't see that very often at this level.
No, you don't.
No, you really. That's something you typically see in the FCS playoffs. But okay, this is happening in the NFL. That's kind of fun.
And isn't it funny that, like, I think the Chargers on paper have the best offense, but they lose their tackles. Like, that's that wrinkle, right? That's that X factor that now evens things out a little bit.
It's wild with the Chargers, like how much is being asked of Justin Herbert.
Yeah,
and he's doing it with a friggin' broken hand. But that's just it. Like, I'm not going to count Jim Harbaugh and Jesse Minter out of any game. I'm really
and Herbert can run. How many? He ran a lot last night.
God, Derwin James is all over the field. He's a weapon. We saw what he did to Denver earlier this year. This is the thing again that's absolutely wild about it. Is like we're having this conversation. The Broncos are the number 1 seed. Okay, And we're talking about the teams that are kind of at the bottom of the AFC in Houston and the Chargers. Now, who knows? Maybe Houston is going to catch Jacksonville in the AFC South and work their way up to a number 3 seed. Like that could potentially happen here down the stretch. Jags would have to, they got to play the Broncos. That's a tough game that they have got remaining on their schedule. But if the Broncos fall to number 2, any one of these teams could end up being like a first-round opponent.
Yeah.
That's a very strong possibility.
It's the breaks you have to catch. The Chargers losing their tackles. That's a break that gives you an advantage over a team that might be just a tick ahead of you, but not the case if they're without both their tackles. And then you look at the Texans, and I think Nico Collins is the best weapon between the Broncos and Texans offensively. But I don't think Nico's Justin Jefferson or anything like that. So, to me, the Broncos and Texans are very similar teams.
I agree.
Very similar.
I absolutely agree.
You saw that was a 3-point game because Davis Mills was in it. It was also in Houston. Now, if they meet in the playoffs, it's very likely to be in Denver, but it'll be Stroud this time around.
According to Unpredictable, which is a website that I like to use that it ranks teams based on betting markets. In a neutral field situation, Houston would be favored over Denver, according to the betting markets, in a neutral field situation.
I think that's, and I don't know what the analytics or computers or algorithms take into account necessarily, but if you're just eyeballing it, it's probably Stroud over Knicks by even a hair is why that would be.
Yeah. I don't think there's anything terribly surprising about saying that. Right now, Houston is number 8 in the power rankings according to the betting markets. Denver is 13. Meaning, again, in a neutral field situation, New England, the Chargers, Houston, Buffalo would all be favored over Denver. Kansas City is going to be favored right now. I mean, obviously, health to Mahomes and everything considering, Kansas City is going to be favored at home on Christmas night against Denver.
Yeah. Because where does Knicks rank, when you look at, the leaders in whatever categories, it's probably not great.
He's
wherever Bo
you know what Bo Nix is he's like very much a he's a swing player. I made this and I went on this rant earlier this year. By the way, the keyword Sundin, 303-504-0925 Sundin to 303-504-0925. Bo Nix, because of his inconsistency, but the high highs and the unfortunately low lows.
Yeah.
I make this argument. Bo Nix is fun to root for. He's fun to root for because, when he has those, the fourth quarter against the Giants, when he has the kind of performance like the way that he played against the Chiefs, like the way that he played against the Raiders on Sunday, he doesn't do that every week. There's still issues with him missing reads. There's still the occasional footwork issue happening with Bo Nix, and yet sometimes it's also there, and sometimes he makes plays with his feet, and players like that are really fun to just kind of ride the wave with. Sure, you'd love to just have Mahomes or Joe Burrow or Josh Allen and just know they're going to be awesome every single week. Yeah, Denver's had that before. Denver had Peyton Manning in 2013 and really 2012, 2013, 2014, where you just knew he was going to be awesome every single week. That's not the player that Bo Nix is. I don't think Bo Nix is ever going to be that player.
You know who Bo reminds me of? Now they're different, okay? But in terms of production, in terms of ceiling, in terms of win capability, the high end that I've been referencing all season long, even dating back to the offseason in terms of optimism for Bo Nix, is Jalen Hurts, who threw 4 picks last night. Now, he just won a Super Bowl.
Right.
You'll
trade that. Of course.
It's not pretty, but they can get it done.
You know what I think Bo's ceiling is? Poor man's Josh Allen. Poor man's. Okay?
I mean, yeah.
Doesn't have the physical traits, but he's got the playmaking wherewithal to be poor man's Josh Allen. Because that's the thing about Allen. He's inconsistent too. Now, he makes up for it by being just the best damn player on the field.
Yeah, by having a laser arm.
Yes, and by being able to rip off a 50-yard run and steamroll somebody while he's doing it, and, by jumping, hurdling a would-be tackler into the end zone. Like, he's spectacular. He's one of the greats of his generation. Bo's not going to do any of that stuff, but, Bo's going to make guys miss. Bo is going to get outside and make plays with his legs. Bo is going to make crazy off-schedule throws on the move in the way that Allen does. That's why the poor man's is a critical element to that descriptor right there, but I see it out of it.
And when I make the Knicks-Hurts comparison, they're different players.
Yeah.
You watch them play, their games are different, but the results are somewhat similar.
Bo doesn't have the tush push advantage.
He doesn't have that. He's not as built.
That's a big thing with the Eagles.
But Bo's has a little more savvy and moxie when his feet are set and he's right in the pocket.
Yeah, he had a very good game against the Raiders.
He's starting to understand Sean's offense, and I think when you look at who would be favored on a neutral site and how do we grade these quarterbacks, we've just seen more upside, and the bettors, the betting markets, they're just gonna try to gauge who is the average person more likely to pick, over the other quarterback. And yeah, the average person would take a CJ Stroud over a Bo Nix. They would take a Trevor Lawrence.
I also, and I guess I'm the average person, I would take CJ Stroud over Bo Nix. I also, I'm as average as it gets then, because I will take that.
And I probably would too.
Yeah.
But then when you factor in everything around the teams and maybe the ability to just not make mistakes and live within a game-to-game mindset, Bo actually can surprise some people.
That's why I say he's a fun player to root for, Spring.
What a fascinating year.
Sundin. Text Sundin to 303-504-0925. The first and last name. You're entered to win Avalanche Panthers tickets along with a Sakic bobblehead. Cup Classic Joe Sakic bobblehead. Text Sundin with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Final keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We will announce our winner today at 5:55. Good luck. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid right now. Get to Roller Auction's website and check out the available list of auctions that you can go and bid on right now. They have got a fantastic selection of auctions up to be able to bid, including right now, they have a government computers, police evidence, general surplus, and more auction that you can go ahead and bid on. Guys, I love just digging through this thing. You can find some of the most fun little odds and ends inside this auction, and you can get yourself some kind of cool stuff. Like right now, I'm looking at this right now. They got just a shelf of Star Wars action figures. Just a shelf of Star Wars action figures. Go and check it out right now at roller.bid. And make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to bid right there, and you could potentially win yourself Avalanche tickets for New Year's Eve against the St. Louis Blues. Catered suite tickets at Ball Arena. Best place to sign up to bid. You get on the email list with Roller Auction, but then you could also win Avs and Blues tickets on New Year's Eve in a catered suite over there at Ball Arena. Go to roller.bid right now, sign up, and again, check out this general surplus auction right now at Roller Auction. Shelf of Star Wars action figures. Honestly, my kid probably wants that for Christmas. I'm going to bid right now at roller.bid. We'll announce our winner on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday coming up here in a moment. Spring, the White Sox won the MLB draft lottery.
Hey, good for them because
they've sucked for long enough. It's about time they finally get one to go their way.
They last year were this year's Rockies in that they could not pick no higher than 10th.
Right, which the Rockies are also in that boat this season.
But then the White Sox were absolved.
Yep.
And because the Rockies could not pick no higher than 10th, and I assume the White Sox had the best odds. Maybe the Marlins. I don't know. The White Sox, they're actually like somewhat building something. Emphasis on somewhat.
No, they had like assets that they could trade.
And
which is one of the key differences between them and the Rockies.
Like they were so bad a couple years ago. They were actually like, for their standards, significantly better. Still really bad.
Yes.
But for their standards,
Improved.
significantly better last year. I don't. Is that going to come with the Rockies? I don't know.
The Rockies have hired Alan Leichman as the club's major league pitching coach. He was the assistant pitching coach for the Miami Marlins last year.
Interesting organization to go get a pitching coach from because they haven't been very good.
The hiring of Leichman is a signal that Warren Schaefer and the front office are open to innovative teaching and strategy. Apparently, Leichman is he likes technology and stuff.
Okay.
To quote our buddy. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Chevy Avalanche.
By the way, a native of Israel communicates with players in English and fluent Spanish, pitched collegiately at Cypress College and UC San Diego. He has been a player and coach internationally with Team Israel. He was the bullpen coach in the 2017 World Baseball Classic. He was the minor league pitching coach for the Mariners before joining Cincinnati and then off to Miami. And now he gets to go to Colorado.
Okay, let me give you a prediction here. This is real like nerd crap here.
All right.
Okay,
I want to hear it.
You want to know who's going to be a pitcher for the Rockies this year?
Ryan Feltner?
Probably. He'll be back. He's okay. Dean Kramer. He's an Orioles pitcher from Israel. He's going to be on the Rockies staff.
That's the guy?
Dean Kramer.
Go get Dean Kramer.
Remember, I called it.
Okay. Dean Kramer. As we build up Team Israel from the WBC here in Colorado. Hey, you know what?
Gotta start somewhere.
Hey, you know what? There's no wrong ideas. There's no wrong strategies.
Ian Kinsler was a Team Israel guy.
Wasn't did Sean Green?
He was Jewish. Sean Green was Jewish.
Was he before the World Baseball Classic?
I think he was before the World Baseball Classic. Yes.
Okay.
One of my idols growing up.
John Green?
As a half Jew myself, yes.
Yes.
I'll admit it. Screw you guys.
By the way, I interviewed Sean Green once about 15 years ago. I straight up asked him if he did PEDs.
Well, he's from that era, and he had like some of those seasons where it was like you're hitting like 50 bombs.
Right. And he said no. He said no when I talked to him, and a lot of questions have since come out of that when it comes to Sean Green.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Of the Brady Anderson era.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But that's what's so damn tricky about it. Like that's what's so stupid about keeping Bonds and Clemens out. It's like, you guys want to audit that whole thing?
I know. Like,
who are we keeping out of here? Really? Who are we keeping out right now?
There's Bagwell got in, and my goodness, like I don't mean to stereotype, but when you looked at Jeff Bagwell, like, did it not kind of like? I don't want to. I shouldn't do it, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, hey,
there's whispers about a lot of guys that are
in.
There's David Ortiz is in. He's
teammates with Manny Ramirez.
Well, New York Times had Ortiz's name on the list of the supposedly dudes that tested positive from the private testing, but the list got leaked. He was on there.
Mm-hmm. No.
So what are we doing?
There were so many players doing it, and there was you got to think some who got away with it.
Undoubtedly.
Yes.
We know that.
Yes.
We know that. So knock it off with the Barry Bonds crap. Put the guy in the Hall of Fame. Put Roger Clemens in the Hall of Fame. What are we doing? Spring, is there a new number 2 receiver for the Broncos? Last 3 games, Pat Bryant, 2 more targets than Troy Franklin, 3 more catches, 40 more yards. Is Pat Bryant the number 2 receiver on the Broncos?
If he's not yet, he will be. And
Played
that's,
more snaps than Franklin, by the way, last
and
week.
that's been the plan.
Yeah.
Like, I felt like that was
I don't know if it was the plan. It's just it's the way it's gone down. Troy Franklin's been inconsistent. It felt like every catch he made the other day, he was double catching, including costing the team a first down.
He was. And, he was shaky in his rookie season. What was Troy? 4th, 5th round? He might have been 5th round pick.
Troy Franklin was a 4th round pick. Yeah.
4th round. Okay. Mm-hmm. Pat Bryant, 3rd round.
Yeah.
But Pat was more of the, and I made these comps in the offseason, and, knowing Sean's Saints teams, a Marcus Colston, that big-bodied guy, possession pass-catching guy.
I mean, hell, Sean Payton made Michael Thomas comps with Pat Bryant when he drafted
Michael Thomas would be the other guy, even though Thomas is a little more athletic than a Pat Bryant. But nonetheless, like, that reeked of a Sean, and it reeked of the traits that Sean looks for. And they really slow played their skill position picks in the draft. Traded back for Harvey, took Bryant in the 3rd. It reeked of that Sean sees traits he likes.
Yeah.
That the rest of the league is going to miss.
He drafts profile over combine measurables.
Yeah.
We know that.
It just felt like Pat was on that trajectory from day one, and he's backed it up. He's a good route runner. He catches the ball.
He's really good on that slant.
Yeah, very good on the slant.
His physicality, his ability to be able to get open
but
quickly.
Those are Sean Payton throws.
4.640, and guys killed the Broncos for taking, including Mike Sanford killed the Broncos for taking Pat Bryant in the 3rd round. Like right now, that's your number 2 receiver. You used a 3rd round pick on a number 2 receiver on an 11-2 team. Looks pretty good to me. Yeah, it looks pretty good to me. Like his skill set fits in beautifully with what this offense has to do. And this offense's job right now is to hang on to the football, convert first downs, knock out lengthy drives, give this defense opportunities to get off the field, and when possible, put touchdowns on the board instead of field goals. And Pat Bryant has been a great contributor to that. Only 1 touchdown catch so far. Had the tutty against Dallas. That's kind of it. Troy Franklin's been a better touchdown scorer than Pat Bryant, but Pat Bryant is moving into like clearly number 2 receiver territory on this team.
And you're playing to Bo's strengths too.
Yep. Get the ball out quickly.
Yeah, Bo's not great at the deep ball. It's where your Boverthrow nickname came from. Shout out Brandon Perna. Pat's more 5, 10, 15 yards. Yeah. Pat's going to be the number 2.
Every time Bo Nix throws a slant, he says, "This one's for Pat." Spring, do we have a ticket winner? What do we got?
His name is John Hoptley.
Hoptley?
Hoptley.
Well, Hoptley to it and get yourself over to Ball Arena on Thursday night, John, because you have won a pair of tickets to see the Avalanche and the Florida Panthers. Now, folks, you can still, of course, go to the game. Limited packages remain for the Panthers game with the Sakic bobblehead. To purchase, go to coloradoavalanche.com/Cup Classic to win the tickets and the bobblehead. Well, you lost to John Hoptley. Nice job, John. Well done. It's all brought to you by Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry in the Highlands Ranch Town Center and at MatthewsFineWatches.com. Thanks for their great sponsorship of Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. If you didn't win, you can still get in on the second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/AVSTix, AVSTIX. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/AVSTix and enter on the second chance drawing to win Avs and Panthers tickets for Thursday night. One lucky listener will be able to do just that. Thanks again to Chad Brown. Thanks to all of you. Mark Springer on the other side of the glass doing great work. I am Nate Kreckman. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Have a great